Hey guys, tonight we're time traveling straight into the parlor of a candlelit Victorian home, where you, dear listener, are about to fall in love. Or at least attempt to, under the sharp gaze of an ever-present chaperone, an embroidered fan, and roughly 12 volumes of etiquette manuals. The air smells like lavender water, overcooked mutton, and just a pinch of quiet desperation. You adjust your stiff collar or your 20-pound dress. Someone coughs. A teacup clinks. Romance, Victorian style, is not for the faint of heart. And you probably won't survive this courtship ritual without accidentally offending 3 grandmothers, 1 parson, and a local duchess. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're awake enough, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing where you're all listening from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're not alone in the parlor. She's here. He's here. But neither of you are ever alone together. Lurking near the lace curtains is a woman wearing a bonnet and a look that could freeze a river. Your chaperone. She's not just a bystander. She's the ultimate dating referee. If you so much as smile too long, she clears her throat. Touch your glove to your lips. She flinches. And don't even think about sitting side by side on the same chaise lounge unless you're engaged, married, or trying to start a scandal worthy of the local paper. In Victorian society, the presence of a chaperone wasn't optional. It was expected. Women of good breeding could not be seen with a man unescorted, lest rumors start faster than a kettle on the boil. Historians still argue whether this constant surveillance was about virtue, control, or simply keeping gossip columnists gainfully employed. You sit on a hardback chair, posture painfully upright, trying to make casual conversation, while the chaperone embroiders and pretends not to listen, though she definitely is. You're sweating. Is it the fire or the pressure? You can't tell. You ask about her father's garden. She asks if you like to read. The chaperone sneezes once, loudly, because your question sounded too flirty. This, dear listener, is a Victorian visit. It's not called a date. It's a call. And you don't just show up. You send your calling card in advance. If it's accepted, you arrive at the precise scheduled time, not a minute early or late. The family maid opens the door. If you're lucky, she doesn't laugh at your anxious little bouquet. And oh, you're not even sitting in the same room as you're intended for the first few minutes. The family might test your conversational skills with a parent or two first. A mini interrogation, masked as polite chat. Like a romantic job interview, but your resume is your family's reputation. You catch a glance, just one, from across the room. She smiles. The chaperone twitches. This is high-risk territory. That smile, innocent as it seems, could spark letters, speculation, and a mandatory walk in the garden, with 2 chaperones instead of 1. Not everyone found the chaperoning system stifling. Some saw it as protection, a way to prevent heartbreak or scandal in an era when a single slip could destroy someone's future. Others, less so. There are whispers in journals and letters of young lovers bribing maids, sneaking glances behind fans, or accidentally ending up in the same room together when the chaperone stepped out for just a moment. The chaperone system wasn't just about guarding a young woman's purity, it was also deeply class-based. Working-class girls had no such luxuries. They courted in public parks, at dances, or during Sunday strolls, often without any buffer. The chaperone was a privilege, albeit a smothering one. One of the most surreal moments. Imagine you're months into a courtship, and you still don't know what the other person's voice sounds like when they're relaxed. Every word is filtered through formality. You haven't laughed together yet, not really. You haven't touched hands, and you certainly haven't whispered anything private. It's like trying to fall in love while playing chess, blindfolded, and your aunt is the referee. Sometimes, even the chaperones got tired. Diaries mention older women nodding off in corner chairs, giving couples a rare chance to speak a little more freely, or pass notes hidden in handkerchiefs. But get caught, you're out. One misstep, and your entire romantic reputation crumbles faster than a biscuit in weak tea. Imagine how absurd this feels to your modern self. Dating apps, casual texts, and DMs. In Victorian times, your only hope for a second visit might lie in how you managed your posture while describing your sister's piano skills. And yet, within these constraints, a whole secret world bloomed. The chaperone wasn't just an obstacle. She was also part of the performance. You learned to speak volumes with your eyes. You mastered the art of the long pause. You flirted with silence. Evenings would stretch out, full of unsaid things, with the flicker of the fireplace casting shadows on the wallpaper. You glance at each other, just long enough to feel it, and then you look away. The chaperone sighs. You exhale too. Dating in the Victorian era was an art form, and tonight you're the artist. Under the watchful eye of your ever-present, embroidery-loving, cough-clearing guide, you're trying to make magic happen, one painfully polite sentence at a time. You're a few visits in now. Maybe you've even advanced to a garden stroll, under supervision, of course. But you're still not allowed to call her by her first name, not even a whisper of Eliza or James. Nope. It's Miss Fairchild. Mr. Winthrop. Always. Even when your heart is thumping like the parlor clock. In Victorian society, using someone's first name was practically an act of intimacy. A verbal touch, if you will. Reserved for siblings, close childhood friends, and eventually spouses. Not casual suitors, not even serious ones. Historians still argue whether this custom stemmed from a rigid sense of propriety or a deep anxiety about what happens when formality breaks down. So here you are, halfway to besotted, composing flowery mental poetry about her hazel eyes, while still calling her Miss Hargrave. It's as if you're trying to fall in love with a library catalog entry. You wonder what her real voice sounds like when she says your name, not Mr. Bellamy, but just you. But no, that moment is miles away, and only if you navigate the Victorian obstacle course flawlessly. The name barrier creates a strange kind of dance. Every phrase is laced with distance. Even compliments must be wrapped in packaging so proper, it barely feels personal. You can say her gown is elegant, but not that she looks beautiful. You might comment on her embroidery skill, but heaven forbid you admire her hands too enthusiastically. Still, there's something oddly romantic about it, isn't there? You're both walking on this frozen lake of manners, terrified to crack the surface. And when your gloved fingers brush as you hand her a teacup or pass the sugar, it feels like an electric jolt. Eventually, if you're deemed acceptable by her family and by society's 1,000 unspoken rules, you may earn the right to address her by her Christian name. But even then, it often comes after the engagement. That's right. You might be promised to one another, before she ever hears you call her Emma. And the delay isn't one-sided. She's also not allowed to use your first name, unless she's addressing you in writing after you've proposed, and even then, usually prefaced with, "Dear." Everything's so carefully staged that when someone does break the rules, even slightly, it makes headlines. In fact, an 1867 Society column once gushed over a couple whose mutual affection could be felt, despite their rigid use of honorifics. That's how starved people were for emotional candor. They could read between the lines of etiquette. And yet, within the stiffness, people still found ways to sneak warmth in. You might hold a pause a bit too long after saying, "Miss Langford." She might lower her eyes ever so slightly when she says, "Mr. Clark." These tiny flourishes become the only vocabulary of flirtation you're allowed. It's like trying to write a love letter with only 6 words, yet some managed it beautifully. Letters, by the way, are a whole different battlefield, but we'll get there later. For now, you're stuck with formal titles, rehearsed pleasantries, and longing glances that could melt beeswax candles. What's fascinating is how the name taboo created anticipation. You were courting not just a person, but the idea of intimacy itself. That first time she says your name without a prefix, it's an emotional thunderclap. Modern couples text emojis for months before using nicknames. Victorian couples delayed so long that the simplest word, John, felt like a caress. And still, there were those who broke the mold. Writers, bohemians, the occasional rebellious debutante. There are stories of love letters slipped into books, signed with first names, gasp, and hidden beneath innocent copies of Pilgrim's Progress. Some men tried to elicit a first name slip on purpose. They'd make her laugh too hard or create a dramatic moment, dropping a handkerchief, maybe, to fluster her. And if she blurted out, "Oh, Henry," before snapping back to Mr. Mason, well, that might be replayed in his head for weeks. Even literature played into the dynamic. Popular novels of the time, like those by Jane Austen and the Brontes, relished the tension of delayed intimacy. Mr. Darcy doesn't call Elizabeth Lizzie until hearts have been shattered and restored. And Jane Eyre doesn't hear My Jane until she's practically survived a Gothic nightmare. You're living that tension now. Every time you see her, the distance feels both torturous and thrilling. You imagine saying her name out loud in the quiet of your own bedroom, and it feels indecent, like you're trespassing on something sacred. Still, you persist. You write Miss Aldridge in your journal 20 times in cursive loops, because the rules don't apply to paper no one else will see. And let's be honest, you're getting good at this. The act of speaking without saying much. The way your voice lilts slightly on her surname. You've mastered the art of closeness without closeness. A form of Victorian, romantic origami that folds and refolds emotions into shapes so polite they squeak. It's exhausting, but in a strange way, it's also kind of addictive. The delay sharpens the feeling. The distance creates desire. And that final moment, when she finally says your name without a title, will land softer and deeper than anything you've ever heard. If you ever get that far. You're sitting across from her again, Miss Whitmore, of course, and she's holding a fan. Not just any fan. This one is ivory-handled, painted with faint roses, and suddenly flicking open with a sharp little snap. You pretend not to notice, but of course you do. Every movement matters now. Because in the Victorian era, fans weren't just for cooling off. They were for communicating, secretly, boldly, sometimes disastrously. You, dear listener, are now part of a coded romance language so complex it could fill a spy manual. Victorian society was a masterpiece of public repression, so naturally people found subtle ways to rebel. And thus, the language of the fan. One flutter might mean, I want to speak with you. A fan resting on the right cheek. Yes. Left cheek? No. Held shut and pressed against the lips? Kiss me. Which is wildly ambitious, considering you've only just been permitted to call her Miss Whitmore without choking. Historians still argue whether this fan language was widely understood or just a romantic fantasy sold to hopeful ladies by etiquette books and shopkeepers. Either way, it captured imaginations. Young women studied fan signals like a second alphabet. And men? Well, they tried to keep up. Now, imagine the pressure. You're in a crowded room, maybe a dance, maybe a garden party. You spot her across the way, her face half hidden behind that delicate painted fan. You wait. A flick, a twitch. Is that, I love you, or go away? Hard to say, especially if your view is blocked by the vicar's enormous hat. Some scholars believe these signals were most popular during balls, when actual conversation was near impossible over the hum of music, laughter, and clinking teacups. A woman could express boredom, interest, disdain, all by changing how she held her fan. Others say the whole system was more a fantasy than reality. But fantasy or not, you're watching her now. And she just tapped the fan against her left wrist. Panic. Is that a cue? Or is she just itchy? Welcome to Victorian dating, where you might accidentally declare your eternal devotion or insult someone's lineage with a misplaced wrist flick. It wasn't just fans. The entire body became a tool for coded messages. But the fan was special, both prop and shield. You could hide a blush behind it, whisper through it, even block someone's line of sight in a dramatic flurry of dismissal. For a society obsessed with modesty, the fan was somehow allowed to be bold. And of course, it was a way to flirt. Oh yes, some of the most daring women used their fans to draw attention. You see her now, Miss Whitmore tilting hers ever so slightly to catch the light. Her eyes meet yours briefly. The room blurs. Her fan flutters, and you swear there's a smile behind it. Did she just tell you she likes you? Or that you have gravy on your lapel? There's a catch, though. Fan language wasn't standardized. One etiquette manual says, resting the fan on your heart means, you have won me. Another says, it means, I'm utterly bored. So if you're relying on fan signals alone, you're in dangerous waters. But that's part of the game. It's a performance, like the rest of Victorian courtship. Everyone knows the rules are fuzzy, but that's what makes it exciting. You can claim innocence if accused. Oh, I was simply cooling myself, while still pushing the boundaries of acceptable behavior. And some pushed harder than others. There are stories, half whispered, of fans dropped on purpose to prompt a gentleman's gallant return. Or of women spinning their fans too fast to signal, this party is dreadful, save me. Whether these were real or exaggerated, they fed into the mythos of romantic subterfuge. One particularly spicy anecdote tells of a lady who used her fan to pass folded notes between dances. She'd tuck them into the folds, hand them off mid-waltz, and let her suitor decode the message later. Risky? Absolutely. But in a world of lace-trimmed restrictions, even a sliver of mischief was intoxicating. And don't think men were entirely clueless. Some studied, practiced. There were young gentlemen who sat up late with etiquette books, muttering, "Open slowly, follow me," like they were cramming for an exam. After all, a misinterpreted fan flick might be the difference between courtship and cold rejection. But of course, you're different. You've been watching Miss Whitmore closely. You think you're getting the hang of it. That last motion? Definitely, I'm interested. You decide to test your theory by moving slightly closer, just a few inches, and asking her opinion on Lord Byron's poetry. She smiles behind the fan, doesn't answer, just taps it twice on her chin. You have no idea what that means, but it's thrilling anyway. What's remarkable about all of this is how little it takes to feel seen. A glance, a gesture, a flick of the wrist. In a world where saying, "I love you," might take 6 months and 3 proposals, these silent cues carry enormous emotional weight. Even now, centuries later, the idea is oddly appealing. Think of all the times we misread texts, overanalyze emojis, or agonize over when to reply. The fan, at least, was immediate, visible, personal, and yes, open to wild misinterpretation. But isn't that half the fun? You watch her again now, waiting for another signal. Maybe it's nonsense. Maybe it's all a beautiful lie. But tonight, you believe in it. You believe that when she snaps that fan shut and lays it gently in her lap, she's telling you something too delicate to say aloud. And you love her for it. You're back in the drawing room again. Different day, same nerves. The air is filled with the faint scent of rosewater, burnt gaslight, and whatever cologne you prayed wasn't too overpowering. She enters gracefully, gloves on, as always. But tonight, she's holding them differently. Pinched between 2 fingers, almost like a delicate scroll. And you pause, because in this strange Victorian world of yours, that means something. Welcome to another chapter of Silent Messages, the secret language of gloves. Yes, gloves. Those little silk or kid leather accessories weren't just a fashion statement. They were emotional semaphore. If the fan was your nighttime codebreaker, gloves were your all-day decoder ring. A woman could use how she wore, held, or removed her gloves to signal an entire romantic vocabulary. You're starting to suspect the Victorians were just desperate for any form of emotional expression that wouldn't cause a scandal or an ant to faint. So here's what you're dealing with. A glove dangling from the right hand might mean we're being watched. Folded gloves clutched to the heart. I return your affection. Holding a glove with fingers pointed downward. I wish to be rid of you. Brutal. Historians still argue how widely these signals were understood. Some claim it was niche, something mostly passed around in upper-class women's magazines. Others believe it was nearly as pervasive as fan signals. Either way, the symbolism grew thick around gloves because they touched everything Victorians feared. Physical contact, modesty, and temptation. You reach to take her gloves, not to touch her skin. Heavens no. You're not that bold, just to set them aside. But she hesitates. Is it caution? Or part of the game? Gloves were romantic kryptonite. Removing them in public, even partially, was a performance. It signaled comfort, trust, or, in the case of slipping off just one glove slowly, a subtle declaration of interest. Some called it a flirtation in slow motion. Others just found it maddening. Remember, actual skin was a rare sight in polite Victorian company. Bare ankles could start rumors. A woman removing her glove in your presence was practically equivalent to someone today leaning in for a kiss. It didn't happen unless she wanted you to notice and react. Now take a moment and picture this. The two of you are seated in that stiff parlor, her gloved hands resting in her lap. She slowly pulls at the fingertips with deliberate grace, one finger at a time. You watch, stunned, as she peels the glove halfway and then stops. She adjusts her shawl and says something about the weather. You have no idea if it meant, "I'm comfortable," or "my hand is hot." But your heart is galloping like a startled carriage horse. This is the magic trick of Victorian courtship. The most mundane actions are loaded with meaning. And when every form of physical expression is forbidden, the smallest signals become intoxicating. A glimpse of her wrist? Scandalous. Her bare fingers brushing against your coat sleeve? You'll replay that moment until next Thursday. There are even records, actual etiquette manuals, that outline how to offer your gloves for inspection. One suggests a woman might drop her glove carelessly so that a gentleman may pick it up and return it with a compliment. Another warns that doing so too often could mark her as forward, which is the Victorian equivalent of saying she's looking for attention, which she is, and you love her for it. Of course, there are traps in all this glove theater. Some gestures meant different things depending on region or context. Holding gloves in the left hand might be flirtatious in one city, but rude in another. You're tiptoeing through a minefield where fashion becomes language and miscommunication is one raised eyebrow away. There's also the drama of glove etiquette at balls. Ladies wore long gloves, often opera length, which they had to remove to eat supper, but only after the gentleman helped them to their seat. You, sitting beside her, were allowed to see the act of ungloving, and it was often the only skin-to-skin contact you'd get all evening if she touched your arm while accepting her punch. Now don't get too excited. There were rules for the gentleman, too. Your gloves had to be the right shade of white or pale gray, spotless, and never removed unless you were dining, fencing, or shaking hands with a bishop. Preferably not all at once. And, lest we forget, gloves were also a form of class marker. Only those wealthy enough to replace them frequently could afford light-colored gloves. So wearing clean white gloves wasn't just polite. It was proof of your financial hygiene. But back to your current situation. She's placed her gloves on the armrest now, palm side down. That could mean curiosity or patience, or perhaps she's just trying not to drop them into the fire. You wish you had a manual on hand, but part of the fun is not knowing. Every signal feels like a riddle. And when you finally get a clue, when her hand lingers close to yours, ungloved, it's like someone lifted a curtain between you. Later, maybe, you'll write about it in your journal. Miss Whitmore removed her gloves during our conversation. I was, perhaps, not entirely indifferent. Very dramatic, very proper, very Victorian. And if you're bold enough, you'll remember to keep your own gloves ready for when she decides to leave, for when you offer your arm, for when her hand rests on yours, just briefly, just long enough to break every rule and make it feel entirely worth it. That single, fleeting touch, cotton to skin, skin to skin, more powerful than a dozen sonnets. And to think, it all started with gloves. It's late afternoon now. The gas lights haven't been lit yet, and golden rays from the parlor window stretch long across the floorboards. The maid has just delivered the post, and your pulse quickens. There it is, an envelope, cream-colored, slightly perfumed, and tucked inside, a lock of hair. Yes, Hair. Welcome to the wildly sentimental, slightly creepy, and totally accepted Victorian practice of sealing your love letters with strands of your actual hair. You hold it delicately between your fingers, unsure whether to be moved or mildly alarmed. It's tied with a bit of blue ribbon, possibly hers, possibly a maid's. Historians still argue whether these locks were always authentic or occasionally swapped out to avoid scandal if the letter was intercepted. Either way, the implication is clear. Someone just handed you a piece of themselves. Love letters in the Victorian era weren't casual. They were handwritten performances. Carefully chosen paper, practiced penmanship, and just the right blend of yearning and restraint. Each line crafted like a stanza, each comma a heartbeat. The hair, the exclamation mark. You sit by the hearth and unfold the letter. Maybe it's written in slanting cursive, each word slightly trembling. Or maybe it's immaculate, too immaculate. Has her governess helped her write it? Her mother? Or is this truly her voice, pressing through layers of propriety to say what she cannot speak aloud? You read slowly. Every word counts. There's no LOL or wide here. No hasty voice memos. Just the long unraveling of someone's inner world, passed hand to hand across time. And you remember, you're expected to reply. Not with a scribbled note, but with something equally poetic. There's etiquette for this, of course. Manuals dictated how many lines were appropriate, when to send it, how to fold the paper. A diagonal fold could mean passion. A square fold suggested caution. And don't even think about sealing it improperly. Wax color mattered. Red was for love. Black was for mourning. Green wax? Rumored to mean, I love you, but we must be discreet. And then there's the letter itself. One awkward phrase, and you risk sounding too forward, too cold, too eager. You can't say, I miss you. You say, your absence is felt more keenly than the winter wind. Because apparently, even loneliness needed to wear lace. But of course, you're also expected to be clever. A little playful. Love letters weren't supposed to be just earnest. They were theatrical. Some men wrote letters as if they were plays, complete with scenes and character voices. Others embedded puzzles or riddles. And one ambitious gentleman reportedly wrote a full letter in poetic acrostic form, where each line spelled out M-A-R-R-Y-M-E. She declined, but still, points for effort. Women, too, had their own flair. Some included pressed flowers between the pages. Others enclosed handkerchiefs delicately embroidered with initials, or, if truly bold, a lipstick imprint. There are even records of letters written in lemon juice to appear invisible until heated. Because nothing says romance like espionage. One of the more unique customs? Sprinkling the paper with cologne or rosewater, as if scent could carry emotion across miles. Of course, postal workers hated this. It made letters sticky. But in the Victorian imagination, a faint floral fragrance could bridge distance better than ink alone. And then, the hair. Let's go back to that. You're still holding it, remember? It's fine and pale, soft as whisper. In some traditions, lovers exchanged locks before parting, especially if a long separation loomed. War, a trip abroad, or the even graver threat, a prolonged family visit to Bath. Hair, unlike flowers, didn't wither. It was a part of the beloved that endured. And in some cases, it wasn't just a strand or two. It was a full plait, kept in velvet boxes, or braided into brooches. There's even surviving jewelry from the era made entirely of woven hair. Necklaces, watch chains, mourning rings. Romantic, sentimental, slightly ghoulish. Yes, yes, and yes. But in this world, you cherish it. You place the letter gently in your drawer. You consider your response, and you realize every piece of this ritual is designed to stretch out the ache of waiting. The delay becomes the desire. Even getting the letter was a small drama. It might be delivered by footman, by maid, or secretly slipped into your coat pocket at the end of a visit. There's a story of a woman who tucked her letter into a hollowed-out book and handed it off, pretending to lend him Wuthering Heights, which is just layers upon layers of irony. Now, you dip your pen. You try to be charming, but not too charming. You compliment her needlework, mention her unparalleled conversational wit, and sign off with something like, "Ever yours," in polite and unshakable admiration. You hesitate. Do you seal it with red wax? Number, not yet. Green. Let's be discreet. And you don't include your hair. Not this time. That move is sacred. That move is earned. But maybe, just maybe, you add a pressed violet. Just one, crushed flat between the pages. Because she'll understand. She'll open it, and the fragrance will rise, and she'll know you're thinking of her. And next time, maybe the gloves come off a little sooner. You arrive breathless at the front door of the Fairchild residence, top hat slightly askew, heart pounding harder than it should for someone attending a social call. The maid eyes you with the thin-lipped disapproval of someone who knows exactly how many seconds you're early. She lets you in anyway. You smooth your coat. You clear your throat. Tonight's entertainment? Parlor games. But not just any parlor games. These are high society courtship rituals in disguise. Think of them as emotionally fraught icebreakers with a faint perfume of danger. Because in Victorian drawing rooms, games were one of the few ways you and Miss Fairchild could interact in public and in close proximity, without sparking whispers. The moment you step in, you're greeted by candlelight, laughter, and the faint clatter of a spoon dropped on marble. A semicircle of young ladies and gentlemen sit politely around the fireplace. You're ushered into the group just in time for blind man's bluff. Yes, blindfolds, in a proper drawing room, with a chaperone present, sipping elderflower cordial like everything is totally normal. Blind man's bluff is simple. One person is blindfolded, spun around, and must catch another guest by touch alone. Then guess who they've caught. Now imagine doing this while trying not to accidentally grab a stranger's lapel, or worse, their ankle. It's part sport, part mortification, and 100% flirtation. Historians still argue whether these games were genuinely innocent fun or strategically naughty. After all, blind man's bluff allows for what Victorian society otherwise forbade: accidental touches, laughter that isn't rehearsed, and the occasional tumble into an armchair. You're handed the blindfold. Your palms are sweating. Someone spins you gently, and suddenly the room becomes scent. Breath, floorboard creaks. You step cautiously, one arm outstretched. Someone squeals and darts away. Was that her? Then contact. You catch a wrist. Slender, gloved. You inhale the faintest hint of lavender and ink. That's her. That has to be her. Miss Fairchild, you say, trying to sound casual. Wrong. It's her cousin. Everyone laughs politely, except for the cousin, who looks mildly affronted. Miss Fairchild across the room smiles into her teacup. You're mortified, but also thrilled. That's the whole game. And there are others. The minister's cat, where each guest describes the fictional cat with a new adjective, usually absurd, sometimes flirtatious. Or consequences, a drawing game that lets you secretly sketch a character's head, body, and legs in sections. Sounds innocent until you reveal the final monstrous creation and someone gasps, "Why does it look like the vicar?" Then there's forfeits, a personal favorite among thrill seekers. Each player gives up a personal item, a glove, a fan, a calling card. The items are tossed into a pile, and a judge retrieves one at random, issuing a playful dare to its owner. Sing a verse, recite a poem, or request a kiss from someone present. You hold your breath as someone picks up your glove. The judge raises an eyebrow. "Ah, a forfeit. Mr. Bellamy, you must declare your favorite flower to the room." You almost laugh. Easy. But then Miss Fairchild's voice cuts in. "And explain why." The room titters. You glance at her. She's not smiling, just watching you with that unreadable expression. And you, fool that you are, say, "Violets," because they're small, modest, often overlooked, but impossible to forget. There's a pause. A few people blink. Someone coughs, and for a second, just a second, you see the corner of her mouth lift. Victory. What's remarkable about these games is how carefully they dance along the line of propriety. They allow you to reveal pieces of yourself, humor, tenderness, even longing, under the guise of play. And in a society where everything else is so performative, that glimpse of spontaneity is pure gold. Of course, things can go wrong. There are stories of young ladies being mortified by suggestive forfeits, or gentlemen falling backward into potted plants during blind man's bluff. One diary entry recounts a boy reciting a love poem meant for someone else, only to realize he was holding the wrong person's glove. But still, these moments crack the shell. They let in air. And in the afterglow of a good game, the room feels warmer. Eyes meet more boldly. Smiles linger longer. Later, as you put on your coat and prepare to leave, Miss Fairchild brushes past you to pick up her shawl. For a moment, your fingers touch, barely, and she whispers, just loud enough for you to hear, "Violets are my favorite too." You don't answer. You're afraid that if you speak, your voice will break the spell. So you bow, thank her mother, and step out into the chilled evening air, heart thudding against your ribs like it's trying to escape. The night feels different now. The sky clearer. Even the gas lamps seem to wink knowingly. And back in the parlor, the chaperone dozes off in her chair, utterly unaware that during a simple, innocent game, something just began. It's been 3 days. You've checked your coat pocket for a reply note 17 times. You've passed her house once, just by coincidence, of course, and nearly tipped your hat to the postman. Nothing. That's the waiting game when it comes to calling cards. In the Victorian era, romance didn't bloom over coffee dates or casual, "Are you free later?" messages. It began with cardboard. Tiny, precise, maddeningly silent cardboard. You, dear suitor, left your name in the form of an engraved calling card at her home. And then you waited for a signal, for a sign, for the thinnest sliver of hope. Your card likely read something like, "Mr. Thaddeus Bellamy, 3 Albion Crescent." Maybe it had a subtle flourish. Maybe the font screamed, "Moderate income, but good penmanship." But to her family, this little rectangle spoke volumes. Did he leave it himself? Did he hand it to the maid? Did he fold the corner? Yes, corner folding was a whole language in itself. A top right fold might mean, "I stopped by but missed you." Bottom left? This is a formal condolence. And heaven help the man who folded the wrong corner during a mourning period. Historians still argue whether folding was a widespread custom or just an upper crust affectation printed in etiquette guides. But what's certain is that the card's presence on the silver tray in the entry hall became the gatekeeper of your romantic fate. If the card is ignored, that's it. Nothing. Social death. A soft, papery rejection. If, however, the family accepts your card, you may be granted a formal visit. That's what you're waiting for now. A return card. From her. Or her mother. Or someone acting as gatekeeper. It's infuriatingly ambiguous. You don't know if she even saw your card, or if the maid used it to level a wobbly leg on the umbrella stand. You imagine the scene. The footman presents your card. Her father squints at it. Her mother frowns. Miss Fairchild? Perhaps she smiles, or perhaps she sighs. Still, you wait. And finally, on the morning of the fourth day, it arrives. A card returned. It reads, Miss Fairchild. At home, Thursday, 4 to 6. You nearly drop your toast. This is your invitation. Not a date, certainly not. But an opportunity to call during the family's designated visiting hours, which, by the way, are so regimented, they might as well be military appointments. There are at-home days for friends, others for acquaintances, and still others for romantic interests. Guess which one you are? So now, you prepare. Your cravat is tied 3 times before you're satisfied. Gloves polished. Hair oiled into reluctant submission. And, of course, you bring your card again, just in case. When you arrive, it's handed off to the maid before you're even announced. That little rectangle has now become your advance scout. Inside, the drawing room is floral and stifling. Guests sit on tiny chairs, trying not to wrinkle anything. You're offered tea. You balance your cup like it's full of nitroglycerin. The clock ticks. Finally, she enters. Gloved, graceful, her expression a careful neutral. She greets you. You rise, bow slightly. You exchange pleasantries about the weather, the barometer, local events, possibly a recent article on the corn laws if you're feeling bold. The chaperone watches silently from her embroidery chair. Miss Fairchild makes a brief joke about her dog. You laugh, not too loudly. The clock ticks again. Every gesture is performance. Every smile rehearsed. But there's a flicker in her eyes, a warmth that wasn't there last week. Progress. And when the maid enters with another guest, you know your time is nearly up. You've had your 10 minutes, 15 if you're lucky. You rise. You thank her. You bow again. She inclines her head. You retreat, backwards, into the hall like you're leaving a royal court. Outside, you exhale. The crisp air feels like a triumph. You might get another card, another visit, another 10 minutes. This is the rhythm of Victorian courtship. Slow, deliberate, and absurdly stressful. But it makes every interaction matter. When words are limited and gestures loaded, even the smallest moment feels monumental. You wonder if she'll talk about you to her mother tonight, or if she'll mention the exact way you stirred your tea, always clockwise, never clinking the spoon. You wonder if your card still sits in the tray, or if it's already filed away in a quiet drawer, labeled suitable. And back at home, you pull out your card case, open it slowly, and tuck one fresh calling card behind the others, just in case, because you'll be back. It happens suddenly, at least by Victorian standards, which means after about 6 months of hovering around drawing rooms and discussing the weather. Word spreads. You and Miss Fairchild are engaged. Not officially announced yet, mind you, but it's out there. And now, your romance belongs to everyone. Welcome to the world of public engagement theater, where your private feelings are paraded like prize-winning marrows at a village fair. In Victorian society, the moment you cross into engagement territory, your relationship transforms. You're no longer just two people exchanging furtive glances and coded glove gestures. You are now a recognized union. And with that recognition comes a lot of scrutiny. Let's begin with the basics. Once you're engaged, everything changes. You're suddenly allowed to speak more openly. You can use first names. You can write letters frequently. You can even walk in the park together without a chaperone, though someone's uncle is probably watching from a bench with binoculars. You might think this would feel liberating, and in a way, it is. But it's also weird. You've spent months navigating a labyrinth of etiquette, and now you're supposed to pivot into something resembling intimacy with an audience. Because once people hear the news, everyone has an opinion. Her aunt wants to know where you plan to live. Her cousin suggests you join the family's Thursday reading circle. And her father makes a point of mentioning that his expectations include a steady temperament and at least 2 carriages. Historians still argue whether engagements were truly romantic or just extended contract negotiations. There's no denying the economic reality of marriage in the Victorian era. Love was a bonus, but property, social ties, and reputation were the foundation. Still, engagements often became a giddy, chaotic blur. Friends begin addressing you as a unit, the Fairchild Bellamy match, as if you're a limited edition teapot set. Strangers congratulate you. Acquaintances start hinting at invitations. And don't forget, gifts. Engagements were a social event, and with them came a flood of token offerings. You might receive embroidered handkerchiefs, awkward poetry, or small trinkets for your future home. One enthusiastic neighbor sends you a pair of matching bookmarks. Each is inscribed with your initials and a short poem about patience. You're not sure if it's sweet or vaguely threatening. The engagement ring, meanwhile, is a curious business. While diamonds were increasingly popular by the late 1800s, thank you, De Beers marketing, many couples still opted for simpler bands, often engraved, occasionally set with colored stones. Sentimentality ruled the day. A ring with a garnet might symbolize passion. A turquoise, hope. If you're feeling fashionable, you may choose a regard ring, set with stones spelling out the word regard: ruby, emerald, garnet, amethyst, ruby, diamond. Subtle? Number adored? Absolutely. But with the engagement also comes a subtle shift in behavior. People expect to see you act engaged. Not in the clingy modern sense, of course. No public displays of affection. Instead, you must perform a delicate balancing act. Visibly attentive, but not too familiar. Caring, but not presumptuous. A moment too long adjusting her shawl, and someone whispers, "They're dreadfully forward, aren't they?" And then there are the letters. The volume increases exponentially. What once required hours of composition and deliberation now becomes a daily ritual. You write her about your morning stroll. She replies with a description of the hydrangeas blooming near the fountain. These letters become your lifeline. You write not because you have news, but because you miss her, and this is the only sanctioned way to say it. One famous example: Charles Dickens wrote lengthy letters to his fiancée, Catherine Hogarth, often mixing love, jokes, and detailed weather reports. The man knew his priorities. You're tempted to be bold in your next letter, to say something real. But even now, there's etiquette. No references to bedrooms, obviously. But also, no excessive emotion. Your job is to be sincere, but tidy, like your handwriting. And then, the visits. Once engaged, you're invited to more family dinners, more musical evenings, more opportunities to bond with relatives who look at you like a horse they're thinking of buying. During one such evening, you're seated beside Miss Fairchild as her younger sister plays the pianoforte. You lean in and whisper, "That's our song now." She rolls her eyes. You grin. The chaperone coughs. Balance restored. You're allowed to gift her things now, too. Nothing too extravagant, unless you're a duke. Popular choices include books, lockets, or small tokens carved with initials. There are records of gentlemen giving engraved fans, monogrammed teacups, and in one case, a hand-painted miniature portrait of the suitor's dog. She said yes. But beneath all this joy simmers the pressure. You're expected to follow through. Breaking off an engagement wasn't casual. It was social carnage, especially for the woman. If the gentleman pulled out, her reputation could be permanently tarnished, casting doubt on her respectability for years to come. That's why engagements often had a formal tone. Even the happiest couples knew the stakes. Love bloomed beneath a canopy of expectations, like roses under glass. And yet sometimes, just sometimes, it worked. Letters turned to laughter. Stiff tea visits turned into real connection. And that moment, when she slips her gloved hand into yours without hesitation, becomes the most scandalously perfect thing you've ever known. Tonight, as you walk home beneath the amber street lamps, you glance down at your glove. Her scent lingers faintly, rose and ink. And you realize you're not just being watched anymore. You're being believed in. You're no longer just a hopeful suitor. You're her future. And maybe, just maybe, it doesn't matter who's watching anymore. You're ushered into the parlor again. Only this time, you're not sitting stiffly across the room, perched on a straight-backed chair, reciting your best lines about harvest yields or naval trade. No. Today, you and Miss Fairchild are invited to sit together, but not two together. Enter the courtship chair, or, as you'll come to know it, the most romantic piece of furniture designed by someone who really didn't trust young people. The chair is positioned by the window. It's called a tête-à-tête, or sometimes a courting bench, depending on how French you're feeling and how anxious her mother is about reputations. It's a two-seater with a twist. The seats are connected, but angled away from each other. You're close enough to converse, but not touch. You can gaze into her eyes, but if either of you leans too far forward, you'll probably get a face full of hat brim, Victorian furniture, matchmaking with upholstery. You lower yourself into your designated half, smoothing your coat. She does the same, adjusting her skirts so precisely it might qualify as performance art. There's a carved wooden divider between you, sometimes just the curvature of the chair's back, other times an actual ridge or railing. Practical, symbolic, slightly infuriating. Historians still argue whether these chairs were common in private homes or more of a novelty among wealthier families. Either way, they were a perfect microcosm of Victorian love. All proximity, no contact. And yet, here you are, sitting closer to her than you ever have. Her voice, when she speaks, feels like a breeze across your collarbone. Her gloved hands rest in her lap, mere inches from yours. You both stare straight ahead, because turning toward each other would be pushing it. You discuss books, Marmion, or maybe Jane Eyre. You agree that the Brontes are rather intense. She mentions a line she liked. You smile. She doesn't see it, but she feels it. That's the thing with this chair. It forces you to find connection not in touch, but in tone. In the angle of your reply, the rhythm of your laughter. A brief pause becomes a whole conversation. And then comes the moment you've been waiting for. The silence. Not awkward, just still. The world outside the window slows. A horse clops by. The wind nudges the curtains. Inside this little cocoon of upholstery and nerves, you realize you don't need to say anything. This is intimacy, Victorian style. No candlelit kisses or impromptu serenades. Just two people, half turned, half listening, fully aware of every heartbeat. Of course, you're being watched. Across the room, her aunt knits with unnecessary intensity. But even she can't deny the quiet connection, forming in that peculiar little chair. And they were peculiar. Some models came with a center shelf for teacups, yes, but also as a not-so-subtle barrier. Others had arms designed to prevent any accidental thigh brushing. Victorian carpenters were nothing if not inventive. You wonder if she's as aware of the design as you are. If she, too, imagines sliding just an inch closer. Or leaning her head on your shoulder, just briefly, to ask, do you think they'll let us sit like this again? But you don't say that. You say something about the weather. And she smiles. Later, you'll walk home and sketch the chair in your journal, labeling it like a scientific diagram. Tête-à-tête chair, used in courtship, suitable for emotional proximity, physical denial. You'll laugh at yourself, but not much, because honestly, you loved it. There's something noble about earning affection without shortcuts. Something thrilling about learning her voice by memory, not touch. And something strangely satisfying about knowing your relationship progressed thanks to strategically uncomfortable furniture. And let's not pretend the chair wasn't thrilling. You remember how her skirts brushed yours, how she leaned in just slightly when discussing poetry, how, for one fleeting second, your knees almost touched, and both of you stopped breathing. For all the rules, all the barriers, there's magic in restriction. A hand never touched becomes mythic. A whispered word becomes sacred. Later, long after you've left, she returns to the chair, places a hand on the carved wood, and she thinks of you. The way you tilted your head, the way you listened, the way you didn't even try to touch her. And somehow, that restraint made all the difference. So far, you've managed to sit close, share silences, and even exchange letters. But through all of it, one rule remains unbroken. No touching, ever. Not a brush of fingers, not a fleeting squeeze of the arm, not even a polite handshake. Victorian courtship treated physical contact like gunpowder, dangerous, explosive, and best kept locked up in a mahogany cabinet until after the wedding. You're walking beside her now. It's a sanctioned outing, of course. Broad daylight, public garden, chaperoned precisely 5 paces behind, pretending to be interested in pigeons. A breeze stirs the leaves. Her parasol wobbles. She reaches to steady it. Your hand almost reaches too, but you stop, because that would be forward. Physical restraint wasn't just encouraged. It was mandated by nearly every etiquette manual of the age. Touching a woman before engagement could cast her in a questionable light. Touching her after engagement, but before marriage, could ignite gossip that scorched entire social circles. One slip, and you weren't just a rogue, you were a scandal. Historians still argue whether this rule was universally followed or mostly aspirational. Diaries hint at stolen kisses behind hedgerows. Private letters confess trembling fingers brushed under the tablecloth. But publicly, touch was taboo. So what did that mean for you? It meant finding other ways to connect. The way you leaned slightly toward her when she spoke. The way her glove creased at the knuckle when she laughed. The way your shoulders moved in tandem when walking side by side, never touching, but always aware. Every part of your body became an instrument of restraint. You practiced stillness, control. You became fluent in the language of distance. And yet, humans are humans. And sometimes, something slips. You're attending an evening musicale at a friend's home. She's seated beside you, again, not too close. And as the pianist launches into something dramatic and overwrought, she startles. Just a little. Her hand shifts. Yours is already on the armrest. And for the briefest moment, your fingers touch. Skin on skin. So quick it could have been a mistake. But it wasn't. You both freeze. Say nothing. The music covers your silence. The notes rise and fall like waves, but the real storm is between your hands. You pull yours away, slowly. She doesn't move. It happened. It's over. But now, everything is different. That's the power of touch in a world that forbids it. The absence builds pressure. One accidental graze becomes electric. One stray moment becomes a novel's worth of emotion. Of course, you still can't mention it. You finish the evening discussing Handel. You sip lukewarm punch. You nod at a vicar who's been asleep since the second aria. But your hand still tingles. Later, in your letter, you'll mention the music, the seating, the weather, but not that. Except, maybe you do. You write, "It was a most stirring performance. I confess I was momentarily startled by a single note. Perhaps you noticed it too. She'll understand. Or not. But the risk is part of the thrill. That's how Victorian love works. Every forbidden thing becomes a shared secret. Every touch not made becomes a story. And the gloves, oh, the gloves, remain firmly on. A barrier, a symbol, a challenge. You've started to think of them not as an obstacle, but a promise. Because one day, if all goes well, she'll take them off in front of you. Fully, casually. And when she reaches out, it won't be scandal. It won't be spectacle. It will be hers. And yours. Until then, you learn to love the space between. To read her breath, her stillness, the angle of her turned wrist. You become a connoisseur of almost. Because in this world, almost is everything. You're sitting in your study, trying to work, though your pen has mostly drawn spirals on the margins of a completely blank page. Because you're waiting. Not for a reply letter, not for a glance across the ballroom, but for an answer. You've done the unthinkable. You've proposed. Well, technically, someone else proposed on your behalf. Welcome to the world of proposal by proxy, the most bewildering and frankly nerve-wracking custom in Victorian romance. See, while today's proposals involve rings, down-on-one-knee gestures, and viral videos set to string quartet versions of pop songs, yours involved a conversation between two older men over tea, probably with dry biscuits, possibly in Latin. In many Victorian households, particularly among the upper classes, direct proposals between the lovers were discouraged or entirely forbidden. The first formal step toward engagement had to come through the man asking the woman's father or closest male guardian for permission. And in more conservative circles, it was your uncle or family solicitor who did the asking. Historians still argue how often proposals were handled this impersonally. Some say it was common only in aristocratic or deeply traditional households. Others argue it was more widespread than we'd like to admit. Either way, you're now pacing your hallway like a ghost in a cravat, wondering if Mr. Fairchild found you respectable enough. Here's how it played out. Last Tuesday, your uncle, who once tried to marry you off to a baroness with a glass eye, called on Mr. Fairchild. They discussed your prospects, your temperament, and whether your annual income would support a carriage and a wife. You weren't there. You weren't even nearby. And yet, your future might have been decided over a pot of Darjeeling and a sigh about the cost of wallpaper. It's not romantic. It's not cinematic. It's not even particularly reassuring. But it is Victorian. And now, you wait. If the father or uncle or godfather or wildly opinionated grandmother approves, then you may express your intentions to the young lady herself, gently, formally, with no sudden movements. You might be invited to walk with her in the garden, this time unchaperoned. And during that walk, you're finally allowed to say something like, "Miss Fairchild, I have recently spoken with your father, and, with his blessing, I hope to ask for the honor of your hand." You don't say love. Not yet. You say honor, because that's the currency of Victorian courtship. Dignity, not drama. Now, if she says yes, verbally or with the tiniest nod in recorded history, then you're engaged. And you may write her more freely, call her by her first name, and even sit next to her in the carriage. But if she says no, well, it gets awkward. Because technically, the father already said yes. So now it's a puzzle. Did he overestimate her feelings? Did she misunderstand yours? Or did you simply misjudge everything? And if she rejects you publicly, especially at a party or in front of a mutual acquaintance, it could be socially devastating. There's a recorded case of a man being denied during a garden stroll and immediately leaving for a 3-month hunting trip in Wales to recover. His dog came back fat. He did not. But you're lucky, because today a letter arrives. Not from her father, not from your uncle, but from her. Inside is one sentence. "I hope the chrysanthemums will still be in bloom when you next visit." That's not poetry. That's a yes. You exhale. You sit down. And suddenly, that blank page no longer feels empty. Proposal by proxy may lack fireworks. It may rob you of that trembling question and whispered answer. But it also builds something else. Anticipation. The weight of others' expectations. The slow, mounting thrill of doing something massive with precision and care. And now you get to do the best part. Tell her. When you see her next, there are no speeches, no fanfare. Just the shared look of two people who have waited far too long to say something real. You offer your hand, not for a handshake, but to steady her as you step onto the garden path. This time, she takes it. And this time, no one stops you. It's a crisp morning. The sky is pearl gray, and the trees outside her home are shedding the last of their leaves like old habits. You arrive with a smile, maybe even a bounce in your step. Engaged men are allowed to bounce, so long as no one's looking. You're expecting the usual. Parlor talk, a shared book of poetry, perhaps a long glance from across a cup of tepid tea. But today, she's in black. Not fashionable black. Not that daring silk the French coquettes wear in magazines. This is mourning black. And suddenly, everything changes. Because in Victorian England, when someone close to a woman died, father, mother, sibling, even a second cousin twice removed. The mourning process wasn't just emotional. It was a full-blown ritual, one that came with rules, expectations, and above all else, strict limits on romance. You step inside the parlor, hat removed, and feel the shift instantly. The drapes are drawn. The flowers are gone. Even the clock's ticking seems to echo differently in the quiet. She greets you, voice soft. You can barely see her expression beneath the black veil. You try to smile, to say something kind, but you're aware of every syllable, every gesture. Because during mourning, courtship is effectively paused, sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months. In the case of a parent, up to 2 full years. Historians still debate how universally this was followed. Some families, particularly among the upper classes, insisted on a complete suspension of romantic activity. Others allowed low-key visits, short, formal, and devoid of emotional warmth. There were even etiquette books detailing what level of mourning allowed what kind of interaction. Full mourning? No visits from suitors? Half mourning? You may receive letters, but no flowers. Quarter mourning? You might walk in the park, provided you don't smile too much. Right now, she's in deep mourning. You know, because her dress is jet black with no decorative trim. Her gloves are matte. Her jewelry, if she wears any, is jet or onyx. Her entire figure seems absorbed by shadow. You sit, and the chaperone does not offer tea. Instead, there's silence. Not the warm silence you've shared before. This is respectful, heavy, somber. You want to comfort her, reach for her hand, say something beyond, "I'm sorry for your loss," but you can't. Not just because of the rules, though they're stacked high around you, but because grief lives in its own space now, and you are not allowed inside it. Mourning wasn't just an emotional process in the Victorian world, it was an identity. Women especially were expected to perform grief with precision. Veils, letters edged in black, mourning brooches containing a lock of the deceased's hair. Even handkerchiefs came in mourning versions. And any suggestion of joy, or worse, romance, was considered indecent. There are documented cases of engagements being postponed for a full year. Some were broken off entirely because one party felt it improper to continue. One unfortunate gentleman wrote to his fiancée after her sister's passing, expressing timely affection, and was met with silence. 2 years later, she married someone else, possibly out of love, possibly out of punctuality. You don't want that, so you sit with her. Her not as a suitor, not as a future husband, but as something softer, someone who can wait. You say little, she says less. But when she rises to leave, her eyes pause on yours, and that's enough. Later, you write to her. A simple note. No declarations, no flowers. Just a sentence. Should you require silence, I will offer it. Should you need company, I will arrive with none. You seal the letter in black-bordered stationery and deliver it by hand. Mourning tests patience, they say, but it also reveals character. Because this isn't about chasing affection, it's about standing still and staying. Weeks pass, perhaps months. You receive brief replies, thoughtful, sparse. Slowly, her words grow longer. The veil lifts, both literally and figuratively. She transitions from full mourning to half. You notice it in the trim on her dress. A ribbon, a lavender brooch, a flicker of color, like the first buds of spring. Finally, one day, she greets you in the parlor. Her gown is still black, but her eyes are lighter. She speaks of the weather. She asks if you've been reading. You don't mention the pause, the waiting, the ache, because in Victorian love, Timing is everything. And today, her time is beginning again, and you are still here. The sun hangs low as you walk the gravel path toward her front steps. You're holding something small in your pocket, tucked inside a folded bit of linen. Not a ring, not yet, not another letter. It's a handkerchief. One you've borrowed, one you've kept, and now, at last, one you might return. Because tonight's chapter in your strange, slow-burn romance is all about one of the most unassuming weapons of Victorian flirtation. The handkerchief. Yes. That dainty square of lace and linen you thought was for sneezing. Oh no. In this era, it's practically Cupid's calling card. She knows what she's doing when she drops it, or accidentally lets it fall from her reticule just as she passes you in the hall. It's not just clumsiness, it's a test, a gesture, one with centuries of coded meaning behind it. Because to retrieve a woman's handkerchief was to cross a threshold, to bend down in her presence, to hold something that had touched her hands, her wrists, possibly even her cheek, and then to return it. Well, that's where the real performance begins. You remember the moment clearly. A week ago, at the church picnic, she was stepping off the green when her handkerchief slipped to the grass. Delicate, embroidered, a faint whiff of lavender. You lunged for it like a knight for a grail. "Miss Fairchild," you said, holding it out like it might combust. "I believe this is yours." Her eyes met yours. One heartbeat. Two. Then, "You're very observant, Mr. Bellamy." That's it. That was the entire exchange. But you carried that square of linen home like it was a battle trophy. Historians still argue whether this custom was as widespread as novels suggest. Some say it was mostly a literary flourish, a device for courtship in fiction. Others point to real letters and etiquette guides that do mention it, usually accompanied by rules like never pocket a lady's handkerchief unless invited to do so. Yes, that was a thing. And yet, everyone seems to know the meaning. Drop a handkerchief. Open the door. Pick it up too quickly equals too eager. Ignore it? Cold. Possibly cruel. But if you return it just right, with a small bow, maybe a lowered gaze, you convey just enough affection to make the room buzz without drawing the chaperone's eye. Now tonight, you return it properly. She greets you in the parlor with her usual grace. No veil today. Her mourning has eased. Her dress has hints of cream at the cuffs. Spring is somewhere in the air. You take a breath, reach into your coat, and draw out the handkerchief, still carefully folded. "I believe I owe you this," you say. Her lips twitch. Not a smile, not quite, but something close. She takes it gently. "Thank you. I was beginning to worry it had been lost." You know what she's really saying. You know what you're really saying too. In that moment, the little square of fabric becomes a declaration. You kept it. You returned it. Not by accident, not in passing, but intentionally. Because this is Victorian romance, where nothing is stated, but everything is said. Handkerchiefs, of course, come with their own etiquette. They were a standard accessory for well-bred women. Lace-edged, monogrammed, sometimes perfumed. And they weren't always carried in purses. Some were tucked into sleeves, hidden inside gloves, or fanned out on a lap like a small, silent signal. And yes, there were handkerchief codes too. Holding one in the right hand, interest. In the left, indifference. Waving one, an invitation to approach, or possibly a wasp emergency. It depended on the setting. You've also heard stories of women pressing them to their lips and handing them, unspoken promise, to a departing soldier. Some gentlemen kept them for years, locked away in drawers like sacred artifacts. Yours had stayed in your desk, top drawer, carefully unfolded and refolded exactly once per day. And now, as she takes it back, her fingers brush yours very briefly. But it's not the same charged silence as before. This is permission. Later in the evening, during a lull in conversation, she dabs the corner of her mouth with it, absently, or maybe not. And you notice something. Her initials, stitched in white thread, have a tiny heart embroidered just beneath them. You swear it wasn't there before. You say nothing, but your hand tightens just slightly on the armrest. The moment passes. But that's the Victorian game, isn't it? Entire relationships built on what isn't said. Romance woven into fabric. A love letter disguised as a sneeze cloth. As you prepare to leave, she walks you to the hallway, a rare allowance. "I hope," she says quietly, "you didn't feel obliged to return it." "I wasn't," you answer, "but I did miss it." And then, because she's just slightly bolder now, she says, "Well, I have others. But that one was my favorite." You bow. You put on your hat. And as you walk home, you realize your hand is still warm from where she touched it. It was just a handkerchief. But in this world, that's everything. It's precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're standing at the wrought iron gate of Kensington Gardens, boots polished, hair reluctantly tamed, and heart doing the Charleston beneath your waistcoat. She arrives, on time, of course, gloved, parasol in hand, escorted by her aunt, who walks just slowly enough to remind you both, "I'm here, but I'm not going to make this easy." You tip your hat. She nods. The stroll begins. Because in the Victorian era, a walk wasn't just a way to stretch one's legs. It was a full-blown social ritual. A hot date, if you will, though nothing about it felt particularly hot, except for the sun baking the top of your head as you pretend not to be thrilled. You take the outer edge of the path, closest to the traffic, as etiquette demands. She walks beside you, just far enough away that your sleeves never touch. Her aunt trails behind, pretending to admire the rhododendrons, but you know she's watching like a hawk in a bonnet. This is called promenading. And yes, it's exactly as formal as it sounds. In polite Victorian society, taking a walk with a lady was one of the few approved ways for a courting couple to spend time together semi-privately, in full view of the public. It was, as historians note, a carefully choreographed performance. Proximity without risk, conversation without consequences. And the rules? Oh, the rules. You must never walk too fast. She must never appear too winded. Your arms must remain at your sides, hands politely gloved. Eye contact is fine. Extended eye contact? Scandalous. You may offer your arm if the ground is uneven, but only then, and only for as long as strictly necessary. But within these restrictions lies opportunity. This is your chance to talk, really talk, not from across a drawing room, not under the gaze of 20 other guests, just the two of you, and her aunt, and 5 other couples doing the same thing, and probably a gardener listening from behind a hedge. You start simple. "The weather has been surprisingly mild," she nods. "It has, though the breeze is a bit sharp this morning." This is Victorian code for, "I'm glad to be here with you. Please keep talking." You continue. Books, birds, the smell of the flower beds, a mutual dislike of that opera you both pretended to enjoy last week. Somewhere between gravel crunch and stifled laughter, she tells you something small and lovely, a childhood memory involving a kite and a bee. You respond with a story about your brother's disastrous attempt to make a tree swing. The aunt clears her throat. You both fall silent for a moment. Then, more. The man knew his priorities. You're tempted to be bold in your next letter, to say something real. But even now, there's etiquette. No references to bedrooms, obviously. But also, no excessive emotion. Your job is to be sincere, but tidy, like your handwriting. And then, the visits. Once engaged, you're invited to more family dinners, more musical evenings, more opportunities to bond with relatives who look at you like a horse they're thinking of buying. During one such evening, you're seated beside Miss Fairchild as her younger sister plays the pianoforte. You lean in and whisper, "That's our song now." She rolls her eyes. You grin. The chaperone coughs. Balance restored. You're allowed to gift her things now, too. Nothing too extravagant, unless you're a duke. Popular choices include books, lockets, or small tokens carved with initials. There are records of gentlemen giving engraved fans, monogrammed teacups, and in one case, a hand-painted miniature portrait of the suitor's dog. She said yes. But beneath all this joy simmers the pressure. You're expected to follow through. Breaking off an engagement wasn't casual. It was social carnage, especially for the woman. If the gentleman pulled out, her reputation could be permanently tarnished, casting doubt on her respectability for years to come. That's why engagements often had a formal tone. Even the happiest couples knew the stakes. Love bloomed beneath a canopy of expectations, like roses under glass. And yet sometimes, just sometimes, it worked. Letters turned to laughter. Stiff tea visits turned into real connection. And that moment, when she slips her gloved hand into yours without hesitation, becomes the most scandalously perfect thing you've ever known. Tonight, as you walk home beneath the amber street lamps, you glance down at your glove. Her scent lingers faintly, rose and ink. And you realize you're not just being watched anymore. You're being believed in. You're no longer just a hopeful suitor. You're her future. And maybe, just maybe, it doesn't matter who's watching anymore. You're ushered into the parlor again. Only this time, you're not sitting stiffly across the room, perched on a straight-backed chair, reciting your best lines about harvest yields or naval trade. No. Today, you and Miss Fairchild are invited to sit together, but not two together. Enter the courtship chair. Or, as you'll come to know it, the most romantic piece of furniture designed by someone who really didn't trust young people. The chair is positioned by the window. It's called a tête-à-tête, or sometimes a courting bench, depending on how French you're feeling and how anxious her mother is about reputations. It's a two-seater with a twist. The seats are connected, but angled away from each other. You're close enough to converse, but not touch. You can gaze into her eyes, but if either of you leans too far forward, you'll recipients of poems both swoon-worthy and catastrophically embarrassing. Gentlemen would write pages of rhyming couplets about their beloved's hair, her eyes, her laugh, and occasionally, if feeling daring, her elbow. Yes, entire sonnets were penned to ankles and collarbones. Some so syrupy they made marmalade seem dry. Historians still argue whether most of this poetry was truly romantic or simply obligatory. One study of 19th century letters found that many women pretended to appreciate the poems, while secretly mocking the worst ones to their sisters behind closed doors. You wouldn't blame Miss Fairchild if she did. Your current draft includes the phrase, "Thy breath is like soft lilac wind," which, on second reading, makes it sound like she has seasonal allergies. But still, you persist, because this is more than performance. It's the only way to speak freely, even clumsily, in a world that won't let you just say, "I like the way you pause before you laugh." Or, "You make me nervous in a way that's almost pleasant." Instead, you wrap those thoughts in rhyme, lace them in rhythm, and hope that somewhere between stanzas she'll feel the truth. You finally settle on something modest, not too long. A neat A-B-A-B rhyme scheme, a gentle closing couplet, and you tuck it carefully into a letter with a note. "If this poem brings even a small smile, I shall consider my morning well spent." The next day, her reply arrives, short, polite, and at the bottom, one line in her own hand. "The lilac wind was charming, if perhaps a little mischievous." You smile. You reread it 10 times. Later that week, she presents her response in the form of a poem so subtle you almost miss the message. Should rhyme be clumsy, let intent be clear. No finer verse than one that draws me near. There it is. Admiration, maybe even affection, packaged inside neat quatrains. You're not the only poet fumbling through feelings. Many Victorian couples engaged in entire poetic exchanges, sometimes under pseudonyms, sometimes through edited volumes slipped into each other's hands. One recorded couple reportedly passed a notebook back and forth for an entire year, each entry more heartfelt and less metered than the last. Of course, not all attempts landed well. There's a story, perhaps apocryphal, of a young gentleman whose metaphor about swimming in the sea of her gaze was misread as a joke about her watery eyes. She married someone else. But the risk, as always, is worth it. Because in this quiet society, where every compliment must wear a coat of modesty, poetry becomes a loophole. It lets you say what's unsayable. And there's something so human about it. You, staring at a blank page, trying to turn nervous admiration into meter, to make sense of your own fluttering heart by wrapping it in I ams. You know she probably laughs at your verses. You hope she does. Because in that laughter, you've still reached her. That night, you take out her letter again, reread her poem. Then in your journal, you scribble, "She writes better than I do. I adore her for it." No rhyme, no flourish, just truth. You're at a ball now. Candlelight flickers from chandeliers above. The room smells of beeswax polish, perfume, and the subtle tension of 100 people trying very hard to act like they aren't desperate for attention. Your cravat's too tight. Your shoes squeak. And across the floor, there she is, Miss Fairchild, laughing softly behind her fan. You nod. She winks, and the world stops turning. Or it would, if winking weren't considered social dynamite. Because in the Victorian world, a wink isn't charming. It's a scandal. A reputation-wrecking missile lobbed across the ballroom with one twitch of an eyelid. And now, you're left wondering, did she mean it? Did anyone see it? And dear heavens, do you need to write an apology letter to her uncle? Historians still argue about the precise weight of gestures in this era. Some claim winks were universally condemned, only suitable for stable boys and unscrupulous merchants. Others suggest that among the young and bored upper class, a wink was a delicious little rebellion, a way to shock without saying a single word. Either way, it was dangerous. Because propriety ruled everything at social functions. Balls were showcases, not just of dancing skill, but of restraint. You could speak with a lady only during the dances you were formally assigned. You couldn't monopolize her time. You couldn't touch her, beyond the minimum contact required to whirl her through a quadrille or waltz. And you certainly couldn't wink, but she just did. You think back to her expression, the twitch of the cheek, the glint in her eye. Was it a flirtation? A joke? A tiny rebellion against her cousin's insufferable fiancé? You glance across the room. The chaperones are distracted by a gentleman retelling his fox hunting story for the fourth time. No one else seems to have noticed, except for you. And now, every glance, every sidelong smile becomes a puzzle. Because gestures meant everything. Tilted heads, paused fans, raised eyebrows, and yes, the occasional eyebrow-raising wink. There are stories of entire courtships ruined because of an ill-timed smile, or ignited by one. One diarist wrote, "He glanced at me with such prolonged amusement, I feared the pianist had noticed. You watch Miss Fairchild now as she dances with someone else. She's careful, measured. Her fan is held just so, but every so often, she glances your way. You're not winking back. Of course not. But your eyebrow might accidentally arch. Scandalous. The rules at events like these were vast. No dancing more than twice with the same person. No lingering near the punch table. No whispering during a polka. And above all else, no open displays of private emotion. That's why dances like the waltz were so shocking when they first appeared. It put couples face to face, practically chest to chest. People fainted. Preachers fumed. But you just want another chance to stand near her and say absolutely nothing, with your eyes. Later, you're paired for the final quadrille. You take your positions. The music begins. Your hands meet briefly. Gloved, of course. No one would dare bare fingers in such company. And as you turn in perfect time, she glances up. And she smiles. Not coyly, not reserved, just warmly. You almost miss a step. The scandal is no longer in the wink itself, but in what it unlocked. A private joke, a shared awareness, a small, glorious rebellion against an ocean of rules. After the dance, you bow. She curtsies. The room applauds, and no one is the wiser. But you are. You walk home under gaslight, still glowing from that single wink. That little act of defiance in a room stuffed with obedience. It was nothing. It was everything. And tomorrow, when you write your next letter, you'll start it with, "Last night, I saw a star. Bright, bold, and very nearly improper." You won't name her. You won't have to. The season is changing, not just in the trees and sky, but in the calendar. You hear it whispered in drawing rooms and discussed in coded glances across tea tables. London is filling up again. The carriages are shinier. The invitations heavier. The debutantes more tightly laced. Welcome, dear suitor, to the season. In Victorian England, the season wasn't just a few months of social events. It was a full-blown emotional economy. A curated flood of balls, operas, dinners, and riding parties designed to parade young ladies of marriageable age like so many floral arrangements. And you, dear listener, are in it up to your waistcoat. The season usually stretched from April to August. Parliament was in session. The countryside elite came to London. And suddenly, love became a scheduled sport. You attend event after event. One evening, it's a musical soiree with 9 sopranos and 3 broken piano keys. The next, a garden party where you make polite conversation while avoiding bee stings and rogue toddlers. And everywhere you go, new faces, new gowns, new gloves, new names on calling cards. You notice something, though. The glances you used to share with Miss Fairchild, they're harder to catch now. She's suddenly surrounded by other suitors, some old friends, some new contenders, a lieutenant in dress uniform, a widowed viscount, and you, standing in the corner holding a lukewarm cup of tea, wondering if that last conversation about horseradish was your final romantic contribution to society. Because the season resets everything. You thought you were making progress, and maybe you were. But now she's part of a machine, a parade, a calendar of expectations that gives each man about 3 minutes to impress and then move along. There are mothers ranking your social connections like horses at auction. There are cousins analyzing your posture. There's even a gossip, columnist noting who sat beside whom during Tuesday's operetta. Historians still debate whether the season was a true romantic marketplace or just a pageant of economic alliances. Likely both. Matches were made, but so were strategic introductions, advantageous distractions, and dazzling performances of affection that meant absolutely nothing by September. You're not the only one struggling. One of your friends, a shy baronet's son, confesses to proposing by accident during a waltz. She declined, gently, while still dancing. They finish the set in total silence. You, however, are more cautious. You keep showing up. You keep noticing when she wears your favorite color. You keep writing your little poems, even if they go unanswered. And then, one night, at a masquerade ball, because yes, those happen too, you see her across the floor. She's wearing a silver mask. You're wearing a black one. You recognize each other instantly. You don't speak. You dance. And in that one silent gliding waltz, you recover everything that was slipping. Because outside the season, your relationship was growing quietly. Inside it, you're both being swept along by forces bigger than yourselves. Family, reputation, tradition. But for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you remember why it all started. And that matters. Later, you overhear someone say, "She's still not decided, you know." They're talking about Miss Fairchild. Someone else replies, "She'll choose wisely, I'm sure." And you smile, quietly. Because despite everything, the new faces, the pressure, the pageantry, she still returns your letters. She still wears violets at her wrist. And when no one's looking, she still meets your gaze a little longer than the rules allow. The season will end. The carriages will roll away. The invitations will slow. But you'll still be here. Not because you're the boldest, or the richest, or the one with the loudest applause after the cotillion, but because, when everything resets, you still remember the walk in the garden, the wink at the ball, the borrowed handkerchief, and she remembers too. The party is over. The candles have been snuffed out. Your feet ache from standing too straight in ill-fitting shoes. And back in your study, you sit beside a mountain of rules. No, not your own private reflections, though those are plenty, but actual physical books. Etiquette manuals. Dozens of them. Leather-bound, gilded, insufferably specific. Because in Victorian romance, nothing was left to chance. If you wanted to survive the courtship battlefield, you didn't rely on charm alone. You consulted the books. These were the guides to everything from glove etiquette to letter folding, from bowing angles to which flower meant affection and which meant, "Please never speak to me again." They lined the shelves of every respectable household, and yes, both men and women read them, or pretended to. Right now, you're thumbing through one called The Gentleman's Guide to Polite Behavior. Chapter 7. How to address a lady without causing her to faint, blush, or summon her governess. You chuckle. Because this entire courtship, so full of real emotion, has somehow been filtered through an inch-thick layer of protocol. Even now, as you plan your next visit, you have to look it up. Is it appropriate to send a floral arrangement after a third promenade? Should you sit if she remains standing during a musical performance? Can you include a Shakespeare quote in your next letter? Or is that too forward unless you're officially engaged? The answers vary wildly. One manual insists it's vulgar to mention food in a love letter. Another recommends that a gentleman of refinement may compare his affections to a well-prepared syllabub. What's a syllabub? You don't know. But apparently, your feelings are full of cream and sugar. Historians still argue whether people followed these books strictly or merely used them as a safety net. After all, most of them were written by self-proclaimed experts with very strong opinions about cutlery. Still, these volumes shaped behavior. They outlined what could be said, done, or worn, and when. A misplaced compliment or an incorrectly folded calling card could undo weeks of effort. You remember when you first saw Miss Fairchild reading A Lady's Guide to Virtuous Conversation. She had a smile on her lips, and you suspected she was only half serious. But now, you wonder how many of your gestures she double-checked. How often she searched for your behavior in the index and thought, he's either clueless or he's playing this very well. And let's not pretend you're above it. You folded the corners of pages, underlined entire sections. A gentleman must rise whenever a lady enters, even if only in a dream. That one starred 3 times. Because, in a way, the books helped. They gave you structure when emotion felt overwhelming. They helped you decode silences. They reassured you that yes, it's normal to feel heartache after a misinterpreted fan signal. And no, you should not send a second letter if the first goes unanswered for fewer than 72 hours. They made love feel like a logic puzzle. And maybe that's what Victorian romance was really about. Not spontaneous gestures or fiery declarations, but deliberate affection. Love that dressed up, stood still, and waited its turn. Still, there are moments you rebel, gently. Like when you wrote her a note on plain paper instead of monogrammed. Or when you quoted Byron, knowing full well the book advised against it. And when you noticed she wore a pin just slightly askew, you didn't tell her. You liked it that way. The manuals didn't account for that. They didn't say what to do when her laugh was too loud for a tea room, or when your hand accidentally brushed hers while reaching for the same teacup and neither of you pulled away. They didn't teach you how to feel, only how to behave. Tonight, you close the books. Stack them neatly. Tuck your notes into the drawer. Because tomorrow, you'll see her again. And you won't ask what page to follow. You'll just remember her eyes at the masquerade, the quiet smile during your last walk, the way she said your name last week, like it was a secret she was finally allowed to tell. And for once, you won't quote a rule. You'll just say what you mean, even if it breaks form, especially if it breaks form. The ballroom hushes. It's the kind of hush that doesn't happen by accident. This one is deliberate, anticipatory, and thick with curiosity. You're in the center of it. Your collar is tight, your heart tighter. You're about to propose, in public. And while that might sound theatrical to modern ears, in Victorian society, it wasn't entirely uncommon, especially during grand events like balls or garden parties, Proposals occasionally played out with an audience, but they carried a particular risk. If things didn't go well, you weren't just rejected, you were rejected with witnesses. Tonight's setting? A winter ball hosted by a prominent family friend. The chandeliers are strung with holly. The musicians are just tuning up for a final waltz. And you are holding a small box in your waistcoat pocket and hoping you don't throw up on the carpet. You've planned this carefully. Miss Fairchild is here. She's radiant as always. Gown the color of pale wine, gloves buttoned just so, and a composure that makes everyone else look like nervous extras in a very polite opera. You've danced with her twice tonight, which is the unspoken maximum. Any more, and it'd be considered improper or serious. Of course, for you, it is serious. Now, historians still argue whether public proposals were romantic declarations or social power plays. Some say they were used to secure the engagement before a woman could privately decline. Others argue that couples often arranged the answer in advance, and the proposal itself was more performance than question. But tonight, you haven't arranged anything. You're risking it. You catch her alone, briefly, beneath a garlanded archway. The guests are distracted by a rousing violin solo. Her aunt is occupied with a bowl of punch and a very one-sided conversation about stockings. You step toward her, nerves burning behind your ribs. "Miss Fairchild," you say softly, "I wonder if I might speak to you just for a moment." She turns, sees your expression, and freezes, only slightly, just in the eyes. Then she nods. You lead her gently toward the far end of the ballroom, where the crowd is thinner. You take a breath. The lights flicker above you. And then, not quite kneeling, but not quite standing, you make your intentions known. No grand speech. No sonnets. Just this. I do not claim to be the boldest man, or the cleverest, but I've come to know your voice, your silences, your handwriting, and your grace, and I love them all. May I ask for the honor of being the one you walk beside? A silence. She blinks once, looks not at the ring, but at you, and she says, "Yes," softly, no gasp, no fanfare, but with the kind of clarity that cuts straight through the hush in your chest. You don't kiss. Of course not. This is still a ballroom, still Victorian England, but your hand reaches for hers, and just for a second, she lets it stay. Then the music begins again. People turn. Applause starts, not raucous, but polite, polished, like everything else. Because now, the news is public. The room shifts. Some people smile, others whisper. You catch phrases like, "long expected," and "very suitable," and "her father will be pleased." The official part is done. But the real part? That happened in the silence between you, in the fact that she said yes without needing to look around first. Public proposals are risky. If she declined, you would have had to bow, excuse yourself, and try not to look like you'd just been run through with a butter knife. That's happened. There are stories. One poor soul was turned down during a country dance and tried to cover it up by immediately proposing to another girl, who also declined. He moved to India. But that's not your story. Your story ends with the warmth of her fingers in yours, and the knowledge that, in a world obsessed with protocol, you found someone who said yes, not because of the audience, but in spite of it. Later, people ask how you proposed. They'll expect poetry, drama, something worthy of a serialized novel. You'll say, "I asked." She answered. And when they press for more, you'll just smile and say, "She knew." The wedding bells have faded. The ribbons have been untied. The cake, layered, lemon-scented, iced within an inch of its life, has been politely nibbled. You and Miss Fairchild, no, Mrs. Bellamy now, are officially, legally, and socially married. You might expect fireworks, a whirlwind of passion, a sweeping transformation. But instead, the morning after the ceremony, you find yourself sitting at a small writing desk, wondering how much tea she prefers in the morning. Because here's the truth: no etiquette manual quite prepares you for. In Victorian marriage, romance doesn't vanish, but it changes clothes. Where courtship was poetry, longing, and carefully folded gloves, marriage becomes practical, public, routine. It's love reshaped into schedules, budgets, and calling cards. Yes, calling cards. Still, you and your wife now visit other married couples. You leave joint cards, his and hers designs with curling script. One must show the world you are now a unit. Socially, this is a new identity. You're invited to dinners as a couple. You sit beside each other at music halls without scandal. You even, brace yourself, share a carriage alone. Scandalous. But while the permissions expand, the expectations tighten. Your house must be kept. Your linen accounted for. Your staff, if you're lucky enough to afford one, must be instructed. There are entire books on the appropriate structure of a married couple's domestic routine. Breakfast at 8, letters by 9, social calls from 2 to 4. And every Friday, dinner with her cousins, who all wear lace and silently judge your table manners. Historians still argue whether marriage was the emotional destination of Victorian love or merely its polite conclusion. For many, it marked the end of the excitement. The real romance, they believed, was in the chase. But not for you. Because now you get to know her without the gloves. Not just the physical ones, but the metaphorical ones too. She speaks more freely now, laughs more loudly, tells you that your cravat has never been tied correctly, and you love her for it. You learn her habits, how she arranges flowers when she's nervous, how she reads the last page of a book first, how she murmurs your name in her sleep like it's an answer to a question you haven't asked. And you change, too. You learn to listen better, to wait before speaking, to know when silence is comfort, and when it's just her considering what kind of soup to make. Victorian marriage isn't all handwritten sonnets and mysterious glances across drawing rooms. It's shared cold mornings, reading quietly in the same room, arguing over the price of lamp oil, choosing wallpaper. One historian put it best: Victorian love does not vanish in marriage. It sinks deeper, beneath the surface, like a stone in still water. That doesn't mean it disappears. It just becomes less about declaring love and more about demonstrating it. You show her love in how you walk slower when her shoes pinch. She shows it in how she keeps your favorite violet ribbon pinned near her dressing mirror. You write her little notes, less poetic now, but somehow more sincere. Like, Tuesday was dreary. Your soup fixed that. And the violets are still blooming, just like you said. Sometimes she writes back. Once, on a torn bit of grocery paper, I like the sound of your steps in the hallway. I know you're home before I see you. That one, you keep. So no, married Victorian life isn't an endless opera of passion and proclamations, but it is a quiet symphony of presence, of I remembered your tea, of here's your scarf, of I saved you the good chair by the fire. The courtship was full of longing. The marriage is full of staying. And somehow, that's the most romantic part of all. Now the lights have dimmed. The season is over. The gloves are folded away, and the carriages have all gone quiet. You rest now, not in the echo of longing, but in the calm of something chosen, something steady. The tea has cooled. The letters are tied with ribbon. The dance cards are full and fading, but the memory remains. The memory of a world that whispered love through fans and gloves, through glances and garden walks, through violets and verses. And you, dear listener, were part of that story. Let the silence stretch now. Let your breath slow. The rules no longer matter. No one is watching. There is nothing left to prove. Just stillness. Just peace. Maybe even love. Good night. What was so exhausting about being a man in the Victorian era? We slip into a world where being a man meant layers of stiff wool, tight collars, social terror, and exhaustion that settled not just in the bones, but in the soul. You stand in front of a fogged-up mirror, steam curling from your morning wash basin. You're barely awake, but you've already begun your first battle of the day, the war with your wardrobe. Wool trousers cut high and snug. Shirt with a stiffly starched collar so sharp it could double as a weapon. Then, of course, the cravat, tied with trembling fingers into a perfect knot that by lunchtime will feel like a slow noose. If you're middle class, a frock coat must follow. If you're gentry, make that a tailcoat. Either way, it weighs roughly as much as your regrets. And the kicker? This is normal, expected. There are rules, unspoken, unbreakable, and deeply uncomfortable. You trudge through your routine, already late, already anxious. Your boots, freshly polished, but horribly unyielding, click on the floorboards. You reach for your cane, not because you need one, but because it's expected. A man must look composed, even if his arches are screaming and his spine is threatening open rebellion. There's a corset, too, for some. Yes, you heard that right. Victorian men, especially those in the upper classes, sometimes wore corsets to preserve that fashionable hourglass silhouette. Waistlines mattered. There's an 1850s account of a dandy fainting after dinner, not from wine, but from a rib-squeezing corset tied a bit too tight. Historians still argue whether male corseting was widespread or just a fringe upper-class affectation. But either way, imagine cinching your torso while trying to digest a roast. Once you're dressed, the mirror confirms what society demands. Your appearance must say power, poise, and don't you dare feel anything today. It's like putting on armor, except instead of chainmail, you're wrapped in etiquette and excess fabric. Now you step outside, and the air hits like a wave of smoke and soot. Your top hat offers some shade, but traps heat, and you're already sweating, though of course, you must pretend not to. A real man doesn't sweat. He glows stoically. Fashion isn't just fashion. It's a language. Your clothes speak before you do. What class you belong to, how much money you have, whether you've got the right to be in this part of town. Heaven help you if your trouser cuffs are too long or your shirt cuffs too short. A crooked cravat might as well be a scandal. And don't even think about facial hair yet. We'll get to that in section 11. But spoiler, you're expected to sculpt your beard into a symbol of moral superiority. No pressure. The effort isn't just physical, it's mental and emotional. You're constantly scanning, constantly aware of how others are perceiving you. That man across the street just glanced at your shoes. Were they shiny enough? Was your walking stick Angled correctly in your hand? Yes, that was a real thing. Etiquette guides of the period had diagrams for how to carry a cane. Hint, never under the arm. That was too French. And Victorian British masculinity was definitely not French. As your day begins, you haven't even spoken yet, but your body has already broadcast your class, confidence, and composure. Or at least, it's tried to. And if it hasn't, people will talk. Servants, strangers, acquaintances. One loose thread could unravel your entire social standing. Remember, you're living in an era where looking poor could get you denied service or respect. And the effort isn't just in getting dressed, it's in maintaining it. Throughout the day, you're expected to remain pristine. Your gloves must stay white. Your waistcoat buttoned just so. If it rains, you hold your hat at just the right angle to avoid flattening the brim. If there's mud, you walk around it, even if it takes you 4 blocks out of the way. You don't sweat, you don't slouch, and under no circumstances do you let your hat blow off. If it does, you chase it, calmly, dignified, like you're not dying inside. Meanwhile, your digestive system is wondering what it did to deserve this. The tightness of your clothing turns every meal into a mild gastrointestinal challenge. Victorian dining culture doesn't help. Multi-course meals with heavy meats and creams, all while sitting bolt upright and pretending you enjoy discussing the Boer War with your neighbor. No elastic waistbands, no stretchy jeans, just whaleboned waistcoats and ironclad politeness. One odd detail, some men carried smelling salts, tucked discreetly into their inner pockets. Ostensibly for the faint of heart, yes, but every now and then, a gentleman with particularly bad nerves or tight corseting might sneak a whiff himself. Totally unmanly, of course. But sometimes you just need to stay conscious. It's all so much. The daily performance is relentless. Even your posture must be curated. Slouching? That's moral decay. Hands in your pockets. Idleness? Smiling too much? Buffoonery? You are a walking statue of restraint and authority. A windswept, itchy, underfed statue. And yet, you envy the freedom of others. Children run in the streets, their clothes muddy and joyfully mismatched. Women, for all their own crushing expectations, are allowed to wear lighter colors, looser blouses, though with their own forms of corsetry, of course. Still, they can giggle without suspicion. You, meanwhile, have to chuckle like a man. A low, thoughtful chortle, never a snort. Evening comes, and the pressure doesn't ease. You attend a dinner, or a concert, or a public lecture on phrenology. Yes, skull-shaped science was weirdly trendy. And you do so fully dressed, layers intact, sweat concealed, emotions buried. It's exhausting not just to be a Victorian man, but to be seen correctly as one. Because remember, in this world, appearances aren't superficial. They're everything. You step into the hallway, and instantly you feel it. The weight of eyes. Not literal ones, maybe, but the constant, humming awareness that someone, somewhere, is watching. In the Victorian world, being a man isn't just about what you do. It's about how you do it, who sees you do it, and what they whisper afterward. There's no peace, no privacy. Whether you're the master of a house or the lowliest apprentice, judgment follows you like your own overcoat. Heavy, scratchy, and impossible to shake off. Let's say you're middle class, respectable, educated, maybe you own a small shop. You think you've earned a shred of independence. Not so fast. Your neighbors see everything. That time you left for work 5 minutes late, it will be noted. The delivery boy saw you yawn at your door. The baker's wife mentioned you looked troubled yesterday. Now your mother-in-law is concerned. Every creak of your front step might as well be a church bell announcing your moral failings. If you're upper class, it's no better, just fancier. Your valet knows your habits more intimately than your wife does. He lays out your clothes. He buttons your cuffs. He notices if your socks don't match, and that knowledge is power. The butler overhears you muttering about your debts. The housekeeper sees the pile of untouched dinner on your plate. Servants are invisible until they're not. One wrong move and your reputation bleeds out through the servants' hall faster than a spilled decanter. Even your family watches you perform masculinity like a play they've seen 100 times. Your father expects you to match or exceed his status. Your brothers watch for weakness, then tease you mercilessly for it. Your wife wants stability, stoicism, and the kind of confidence that doesn't crumble when the stock market sneezes. And the kids? Well, if they're boys, they're supposed to idolize you. If they're girls, they'll one day marry someone like you. That's a horrifying thought you won't let yourself dwell on. The working class man has a whole different nightmare. In a tenement, privacy is a myth. Your neighbors hear your coughs through the wall. They know if you stayed out too late, drank too much, or lost your job. You come home covered in coal dust or grease, and even your toddler stares like he's evaluating your performance. Fail, and the landlord won't wait long to send you packing. There's nowhere to breathe. Public life isn't safer. Step outside, and the scrutiny intensifies. The way you tip your hat, the way you speak to a street vendor, the newspaper you carry under your arm, all of it paints a portrait of your place in the world. One misplaced word or mismatched button, and you're not just odd, you're suspect. Even silence betrays you. Don't speak enough? You're hiding something. Speak too much? You're arrogant. The man who blends perfectly is the one who survives. You're supposed to be respectable, but not flashy, confident, but not emotional, informed, but not pretentious, sober, but not too dull, a gentleman, but not a dandy, a leader, but never needy. It's like walking a social tightrope while wearing steel-toed boots, and heaven help you if you break the code. Cry at a funeral? Accept comfort from another man. Laugh too loudly at a joke about your mother-in-law? Scandalous. Your masculinity is always on the verge of collapse, like a badly stacked pile of cravats. One wrong step, and people start talking. There's an actual Victorian phrase, "He's not quite the thing." It sounds harmless, doesn't it? But it's a polite dagger, used to label someone just barely off from the social ideal. Maybe your mustache is a touch too wild. Maybe your waistcoat is last season's cut. Maybe, horror of horrors, you didn't tip the coachman just right. Whatever the cause, the label sticks. You're off. You're not quite. And in this world, that's worse than failure. It's social purgatory. One strange little fact: etiquette manuals were some of the best sellers of the age. Entire books taught men how to enter a room. Not too fast, not too slow. Shake hands, firm but not aggressive, and even sneeze. Quietly, and preferably into a monogrammed handkerchief. There was a guide to how to knock on a door without appearing desperate. Imagine needing a manual just to ask your neighbor for a cup of sugar. Historians still argue whether these guides actually reflected reality or were more aspirational fantasy, much like today's Instagram perfect lifestyles. But what's undeniable is the pressure. Whether anyone was watching or not, You behaved as if they were. The panopticon effect, a term borrowed from prison architecture, describes how people change behavior when they believe they're being observed. Victorian society turned every man into his own warden. You monitored yourself endlessly, afraid of slipping, afraid of being seen slipping, and most of all, afraid of what that slip meant. You walk into a gentleman's club, not the fun kind, but the starchy, cigar-scented kind. Here, you must blend in, yet stand out. You offer a joke, cautiously. A chuckle passes around the room. You've passed, for now. But was it too bold? Did old Mr. Penworth raise an eyebrow? Did young Charles think you were mocking his father's politics? You can't know. You just sip your port and adjust your cuffs. Even in leisure, performance persists. You play cards, but not too competitively. You fence, but let your host win. You discuss politics, but steer clear of real conviction. Unless you're positive, everyone agrees. Your laughter must be well-timed. Your anecdotes must never center you too much. Modesty is manly, but so is authority. Somehow, you're expected to be both. And if all this sounds like a lot of pressure, congratulations. You're beginning to understand why so many Victorian men seem perpetually tired. Not the honest, bone-deep fatigue of labor, but the quiet, gritted exhaustion of never being off stage. It's no wonder so many develop stomach ulcers, nervous tremors, or railway spine, a Victorian diagnosis for men who couldn't explain their chronic fatigue, often attributed to railway travel, but more likely caused by life itself. And let's not forget neurasthenia, a kind of catch-all mental burnout diagnosis, the 19th century equivalent of "I'm just done." But were these real conditions, or cultural metaphors for lives stretched too thin? Historians still argue whether these diagnoses were physical ailments, early mental health recognition, or just fancy names for being totally, absolutely over it. And as you lay your head down at the end of such a day, still dressed, because undressing too early is slovenly, you wonder if tomorrow will be easier. Spoiler, it won't be. You wake up before the sun, again. That single moment, eyes barely open, covers still warm, is the last peaceful one you'll get for the next 16 hours. Because now it's time to go to work. And no one in Victorian England cares if your back still aches from yesterday, or if your fingers are blistered from ink, or coal, or rope, or whatever your daily grind demands. Being a man in this era means one thing above all: you belong to your job. If you're middle or upper class, you button up your waistcoat and head to an office that smells like aging paper, damp wool, and anxiety. Maybe you're a clerk in a shipping firm. Maybe you're managing accounts at a bank. Either way, it's a windowless routine of ledgers, fountain pens, and relentless arithmetic. Your superior watches you like a hawk, measuring productivity by how few mistakes you make, not how many problems you solve. 12-hour days aren't exceptional. They're expected. And the whole time, you're supposed to look composed. Composure is your currency. If you lose it, even for a second, you risk demotion, disgrace, or just being quietly replaced by someone whose collar is stiffer than yours. Now, if you're working class, well, grab your boots, your scarf, and maybe say a quick goodbye to your kneecaps, because you're heading to a factory, a mine, a shipyard, any place where air is optional and danger is everywhere. You might be 14 floors up on a shaky scaffold, or 400 feet down in a coal tunnel lit by a single sputtering lantern. Safety protocols? Cute. You're lucky if you get a second pair of gloves. One mainstream fact that'll make your eyes twitch. In the 1850s, England, the average working day for a laborer could stretch 14 to 16 hours, 6 days a week. Sunday wasn't rest, it was for religious obligations, which meant you never really stopped. You just paused. And here's the kicker. Your exhaustion is not a badge of honor. It's invisible. You can't yawn at work. You can't limp. You can't show weariness, because then you're not strong. And being strong is your entire brand. Lunch? If you're lucky, it's eaten standing up. A cold meat pie or a piece of bread jammed in your pocket at dawn. If you're in an office, maybe you get a proper lunch break, but only if your supervisor isn't feeling punitive that day. One overcooked chop and a heavy ale, and then it's back to counting, writing, stamping, or filing until your eyes cross and the lamps flicker. And don't assume that white-collar jobs are safe. Clerks routinely developed what we'd now call carpal tunnel syndrome from constant quill writing. Eye strain, back pain, and desk-bound melancholy were so common that one London doctor warned about the dangers of too much stationary calculation. Historians still argue whether the rise in so-called urban male hysteria was tied to this kind of soul-deadening work, or just a polite way of saying, I hate my job. One quirky tidbit. Some offices had little wooden cages around each desk. Not to imprison you, but to stop idleness and chatting. Victorian office design, perfect for productivity, excellent for developing a lifelong hatred of humanity. If you think being your own boss was easier, try again. Small shopkeepers worked even longer hours, managing inventory by candlelight, living above or behind their storefronts. They rarely left their premises, partly because theft was a real concern, and partly because no one trusted a merchant who wasn't always on the premises. You leave your shop, you lose your customers. That was the logic. You're chained to your counter as tightly as a miner is to his pickaxe. And oh, speaking of miners, imagine crawling on hands and knees through a coal seam barely 3 feet high. Your lamp sputters, the air stinks of sulfur, and one wrong pick stroke could cause a collapse. Now imagine doing that with a hangover and a broken boot heel, because there's no time or money to fix either. This was daily life for thousands of Victorian men in the north of England, South Wales, and Scotland. By the way, no safety rails, no helmets, no paid sick leave. If you lose a finger, you go back to work the next day with 9. Lose a leg? That's a family disaster. But you're a man. You're supposed to be grateful to work, to have work. Because being idle isn't just shameful, it's practically criminal. Unemployment was often equated with moral failure. If you weren't earning, then clearly you weren't trying. And if you weren't trying, well, society had no use for you. Ever heard of the workhouse test? If you couldn't support yourself or your family, you were sent to a workhouse, a kind of prison meets factory meets horror show. Families were separated, personal belongings confiscated, and conditions kept intentionally miserable to deter the lazy. You don't get to fall apart in Victorian England. If you do, the state offers a broom and a shared cot. And then there's the commute, or lack thereof. Most men walk to work, miles sometimes, in leather boots, on cobblestones, in rain, sleet, soot, or full summer sun. No cars, no casual scooters, just the soles of your feet and the ticking of the factory clock in your head. Late again? That's a half-day's pay gone. Of course, you could always take a horse-drawn omnibus if you could afford the fare. but you'd be crammed in shoulder to shoulder with other sweating men and the occasional goat, bouncing over potholes and praying not to be late. The exhaustion isn't just physical, though. It's existential. You're not just laboring, you're performing labor, constantly proving your worth by how much you can endure, how much you can carry, how little you can complain. And all this just to bring home wages that, 9 times out of 10, go straight into rent, bread, soap, and maybe, 1 pint on payday. Still think your 9 to 5 is rough? And if you dream of upward mobility, say, becoming a foreman or office manager, get ready to hustle like your life depends on it. Because it sort of does. Promotions were rare and favoritism common. A single misstep could tank your trajectory. So, you smile at the boss's bad jokes. You double-check your sums. You stay after everyone else leaves, then get blamed for locking up late. Congratulations. You're exhausted. And tomorrow, you get to do it all again. You're sore in places you didn't even know had muscles. Your arms throb. Your back's a twisted cable of tension, and your feet? They've become distant, numb acquaintances who just carry you along because no one gave them permission to quit. Still, none of this matters. Because in the Victorian era, being a man isn't about how you feel. It's about how you appear. And today, you need to look healthy, strong, upright, and morally superior. Which means it's time for your daily dose of physical fitness. Or, as your doctor calls it, moral fortification through muscular vigor. That's right. Your body isn't just your body anymore. It's a social emblem, a spiritual battlefield, and a stiff competition you never asked to enter. You head out into the gray, morning chill, passing a handful of other men on their way to various forms of suffering. Some jog lightly, just enough to show they care about fitness, but not enough to look vulgar. Others march with military posture, their heads high, shoulders back, expressions grim as gravestones. Exercise isn't for fun. It's for proving. This is the golden age of muscular Christianity, a philosophy that insists physical strength is linked to spiritual purity. Your biceps, apparently, are God's preferred evidence of good character. Historians still argue whether this movement was genuinely about religious virtue or just a convenient excuse to shame out-of-shape men in public. Either way, the pressure is there. If your shirt doesn't stretch slightly at the shoulders, are you even a man? So you engage in some kind of regimen. Perhaps it's fencing, boxing, or rowing. Or maybe you're one of the new breed of gym goers. Yes, gyms existed, and they were more terrifying than today's Instagram-fueled bench press temples. Victorian gyms were dimly lit chambers full of strange wooden contraptions, swinging ropes, and giant medicine balls that weighed more than a small child. Quirky detail incoming. The dumbbells back then weren't dumb because they lacked intelligence. The term came from old exercise bells, literally bells with the clappers removed so they wouldn't make noise when you worked out at home. Silent suffering. How very Victorian. You're expected to keep in shape, not for vanity, but for duty. Your strength is your family's security, your nation's pride, your class's honor. It's exhausting, not just lifting, but the performative lifting. You must be seen running, seen chopping wood, seen besting your friends in a friendly game of lawn tennis, where losing gracefully is just as vital as winning convincingly. But beware, being too fit, too showy, too focused on your body. That's suspicious. That borders on dandyism, or worse, vanity. Victorian masculinity is a needle you have to thread daily, strong but modest, fit but unpreoccupied. You must be able to wrestle a bear, but would never speak of it afterward unless asked twice. And what if you aren't strong? What if you're naturally small, slight, or suffer from one of the 1,000 mystery ailments Victorian doctors love to categorize? Then you're in trouble. Because weakness is not neutral, it's immoral. It's seen as a defect of character. Nervous exhaustion, melancholy, effeminacy, terms tossed around like bricks at anyone who didn't fit the ideal male mold. God forbid your lungs wheeze or your legs tremble. That might label you a hypochondriac, or worse, a disappointment. There's even a specific type of anxiety for you. The gentleman invalid. Often middle or upper class, this poor soul is delicate, overly bookish, and apparently too intellectual for his own good. He spends too much time thinking, and not enough time riding horses. Maybe he was you, once, before the pressure wore your joints down and turned your evenings into long sessions with laudanum and regret. Meanwhile, in the working classes, fitness isn't optional, it's survival. If your body breaks, your income breaks. You push carts, hammer nails, dig trenches, or haul goods. You don't have a home gym. You are the gym. Your muscles are forged by necessity, not philosophy, and there's no room for finesse. You pull, you lift, you strain, and you don't stop until your shift ends or your hands start bleeding. And yet somehow, this isn't manly enough for the cultural ideal. Physical strength without polish? That's brutish. You're expected to lift like a beast and behave like a bishop. A walking contradiction. One brawler at the docks was once complimented in a newspaper, not for his labor or skill, but because he spoke well and wore clean boots. That was the standard. Not just strength, but presentable strength. So you push yourself harder. Maybe you try cold water baths, another trend of the time. They're supposed to invigorate you, sharpen the mind, purify the soul, and toughen the flesh. You dip your already aching body into a tub of ice-cold water and pretend it's working. Never mind that you've caught your third cold this month. Weakness is still worse. And just for fun, let's throw in a dash of dietary madness. Victorian diet culture was real. Some doctors advised men to avoid spicy food, too stimulating. Others warned against too much meat. It was heating. Others insisted meat was essential to build manly fiber. No one agrees, and you're left wondering if the beef stew you ate yesterday made you righteous or reckless. Meanwhile, the real message is clear. Your body is not your own. It's a public project, a moral billboard, a silent resume. And the fear? It never leaves. You could catch consumption, tuberculosis, from a crowded train or a bad batch of air. You could be labeled frail by a cousin and never live it down. You could faint once at a cricket match and be the subject of whispered jokes for the rest of the year. That's the final layer of exhaustion. Not just the sweating and straining and stretching, but the vigilance. The quiet knowledge that you are never allowed to fall behind. Not physically, not socially, not even in the mirror. Because the minute you do, you slip from man to something less. So, you lift. You flex. You pretend it's fine when your knee gives out, slightly going up the steps. And tomorrow, you'll do it all again. With a bit more liniment and a slightly tighter cravat. You're sitting at your desk, eyes fixed on the same column of numbers you've rewritten 3 times. Your hand trembles, just slightly. Not from cold, not from hunger, just from something. You rub your temples. No one must see. No one must know. Because here's the deal. In Victorian England, the mind of a man isn't a safe place to be, but talking about it, even worse. You can lose a leg, a finger, even an eye in the line of duty, and be pitied, respected even. But show signs of mental strain, now you're defective, untrustworthy, unmanly. Emotional pain doesn't earn you sympathy, it earns you whispers. Your inner world, that's your burden to carry, and carry quietly. It starts small. You're anxious more often. You dread going to work. You're increasingly convinced your coworkers are talking about you. You get stomach aches, night sweats, a racing heart at the sound of footsteps behind you. But you smile through it, shake hands firmly, and pretend everything's splendid, even when the walls of your skull are echoing with panic. Now, if you were a woman in the same position, you'd be called hysterical, unhelpful, yes, but at least it acknowledges your struggle. But you, as a man, there is no diagnosis that allows you to express fear, anxiety, sadness. The closest you get is a vague term the Victorians loved, nervous exhaustion. A catch-all phrase used to describe every mental and emotional breakdown in men from dock workers to dukes. Historians still argue whether nervous exhaustion was a legitimate condition or a fancy euphemism for the overwhelming pressure of being a Victorian man. It probably started as a way for men to express distress without losing face, an acceptable form of emotional collapse that kept their masculine image mostly intact. "He's overworked," they'd say, as you quietly unraveled in the study, surrounded by unpaid bills and unspoken grief. And unraveling was easy to do. The pressure was everywhere. At work, you were constantly monitored. At home, you were expected to be calm, competent, and comforting, like a human version of a mahogany armchair. Strong, upright, decorative even, but never soft. You weren't just repressing feelings, you were actively punished for expressing them. Cry in public, social death, admit to sadness. You'll be told to walk it off or spend more time outside. Speak of anxiety? That's a sign of a weak constitution, a weak will, and possibly a threat to your job. So instead, you internalize. You smoke. You drink. You develop a twitch in your eye and tell yourself it's just from staring at ledgers too long. You lose sleep and tell your wife it's the weather. You wake up drenched in sweat at 3 a.m., heart racing like a drum in a funeral procession, and you explain it away with bad mutton, perhaps. Meanwhile, your actual mental health is spiraling. You're tense all the time. You startle easily. You avoid eye contact. You forget things, misplace your keys, miss your train stop. You begin to hate the sound of your own name. But again, you say nothing. Quirky fact. One Victorian doctor believed that excessive reading, especially novels, could cause mental breakdowns in men. Yes, novels. That thrilling, illicit crime, finishing 3 chapters of Bleak House without a chaperone. Too much fiction inflames the imagination, the doctor warned. Better to stick with newspapers and sermons, things that remind you of the real world and your obligations to it. Even in moments of rest, you're not really resting. You're ruminating, overthinking, playing out imaginary arguments with your boss or your brother-in-law, conversations you'll never actually have. The phrase, tired but wired, hasn't been invented yet, but you live it every single day. And yet, you know other men feel this too. You see it in their clenched jaws, their distant stares, the way they grip their walking sticks like lifelines. But none of you will speak, because to speak is to risk everything. Reputation, status, masculinity itself. The only place you might let something slip is at the club, over too many drinks. But even there, it's subtle. A joke, a muttered, "I'm not sleeping well." A sigh held just long enough to betray the real feeling behind it. And if your drinking gets worse, which it probably will, you'll be labeled a man of appetites, not a man in crisis. That label sticks. It follows you like a shadow. And if you slip too far, they'll say you've lost control. And in this world, a man who loses control is no longer a man at all. There were asylums for men, of course, but those were for the ones who broke completely. The ones who screamed in public or stopped speaking entirely. You don't want to go there. Victorian mental institutions weren't healing places. They were holding cells, cold, clinical, and full of treatments like ice baths, isolation, and lectures on morality. Some even experimented with restraint chairs and electric shock devices that looked like something from a Gothic novel. So what do? You go for long walks. You bury yourself in your work. You try curative seaside air, prescribed by well-meaning doctors who think ocean breezes can fix a shattered nervous system. You try not to flinch when your child touches your arm unexpectedly. You consider writing about it. A letter to a friend, maybe. But then you remember that letters can be found, read, shared. So you don't. You keep it all inside, packed tight as a steam boiler, and just as dangerous. And when you finally collapse, maybe during a meeting, or while walking home, or halfway through a sentence at dinner, people will say, "He always worked so hard." They'll mean it as a compliment. You'll be eulogized for your dedication, for your restraint, for your stiff upper lip. But what they won't say is what really broke you. The silence, the pressure, the isolation, the endless performance of a kind of manhood that didn't leave any room for being human. So you sit there, at your desk, hands folded, heart racing, head heavy, and outwardly, you look fine. You must look fine. Because the alternative? The alternative is unthinkable. You're 28 and already being reminded you're getting up there. If you're unmarried, people start to look at you sideways. Your mother drops hints with the subtlety of a cannonball. Your boss's wife casually introduces you to her niece for the third time. Even your barber throws in a cheeky, "Still a bachelor, are we, sir?" as he trims your beard with unspoken disappointment. Because in the Victorian era, marriage isn't a milestone. It's a requirement. And being a man means marrying and providing, not someday, but soon. You must marry, but never feel. Or at least, never admit to feeling too much. The matchmaking process begins before you even notice it. If you're of a higher class, the pressure to find a suitable match turns courtship into a bizarre mix of job interview and business merger. You attend garden parties and evening dinners, dancing stiffly in gloves so tight they could cut off circulation. You're expected to be charming, but not too witty, interested, but not eager, wealthy, of course, but humble about it. God forbid you appear desperate. You pen letters, long, elaborate missives, dripping with socially acceptable longing. "I find your company most agreeable" becomes code for "I haven't stopped thinking about the curve of your eyebrow." And if she replies in kind, delightful. But make no mistake, the letter isn't a conversation. It's a performance. Every word is weighed, every phrase a landmine. One wrong tone, and your intentions become scandalous. Too affectionate, and you risk impropriety. Too cold, and you seem insincere. A real Victorian man must write like a romantic, but never a poet. Poets are unreliable. possibly French. You're also expected to choose wisely. That means a woman who enhances your status, runs a respectable household, and won't embarrass you in public. Love? That's optional. Nice if you can get it, but definitely not the main point. One upper-class father famously said to his son, "You may marry for love the second time. The first is for lineage." Even the working-class man isn't off the hook. He may not have dowries or family estates, but marriage is still a defining mark of manhood. You're not just expected to marry, you're expected to provide. And no one cares if wages are flat, rent is high, and potatoes are 30% more expensive this winter. A man supports his wife, period. Which brings us to a brutal truth. Marriage, for many men, becomes less about partnership and more about proof. Proof that you've succeeded, that you're stable, that you're normal. And with that proof comes pressure. Constant, crushing pressure. Because once you're married, the job doesn't end. It starts. Now you must remain emotionally available, financially secure, socially impeccable, and morally upright. But don't get too emotional. That makes your wife nervous. Don't admit fear. That undermines your authority. Don't confess you're lonely, overwhelmed, or burned out. That would mean you're failing as a husband. And don't expect emotional support in return. Victorian wives had their own mountain of expectations to climb. You're both performing roles, often side by side, but rarely together. Marriage becomes a sort of two-person play where no one breaks character and the curtain never falls. Here's a quirky fact for you. Some men of the era hired letter consultants, people who specialized in writing or editing love letters to ensure they sounded appropriate, masculine, and not overly emotional. So even in matters of the heart, you might be outsourcing your own feelings just to get them right. Even within the home, there's little room for true connection. You might sleep in separate bedrooms. You might dine at opposite ends of a table long enough to host a regatta. The few shared moments are filtered through etiquette and expectation. Good morning, dear. Indeed. And then silence, broken only by the ticking of the mantel clock and the clink of a spoon against a china teacup. Children enter the picture, and now your role tightens further. You are no longer just a man. You are a father, a patriarch, the head of the household. And if you were expecting warmth and joy from that title, think again. You're now responsible for shaping tiny humans into proper Victorians, which means enforcing rules, monitoring behavior, and making sure no one brings shame to the family name. And still, you must never show too much. A father's love is a quiet thing. A nod, a rare smile, a hand on the shoulder once every 6 months. Anything more? That's indulgence, sentimentality, weakness. Meanwhile, your own needs go unmet. You come home exhausted. You pour yourself a drink. Just one. Or two. You sit by the fire, staring into the flames, wondering when you last felt like a person and not a title. You want to say something, anything, but your wife is embroidering in perfect silence. Your children are already in bed. So, you sit and sip and sigh. Victorian society insists this is the height of success. You have a wife, a house, a position. And yet, it's lonely up here on this moral pedestal, especially when your knees are buckling under the weight of all you're not allowed to say. Of course, there are exceptions. Some couples did fall in love. Some found real companionship. But even then, they had to navigate the crushing demands of gender roles. He must lead. She must follow. He must provide. She must submit. Affection may exist, but it must behave. Historians still debate how happy most Victorian marriages really were. Diaries, letters, and court records paint a complex picture, some filled with tenderness, others with quiet resentment or outright misery. But one thing is clear: the rules were rigid, and breaking them came at a cost. So here you are, married, providing, respectable, but still aching, still silenced, still carrying the unbearable weight of an identity you didn't design, but must perform until the end. You look across the dinner table. Your wife catches your eye. For 1 second, something flickers there. Tired recognition. You wonder if she's as exhausted as you are. But neither of you speaks. The soup is growing cold, and the servants are waiting to clear the plates. You wake to the sound of iron wheels grinding against steel. Not in your dreams outside, right on schedule. It's barely dawn, and already the factory's alive, breathing steam and smoke into the morning sky like a mechanical dragon. You rub the sleep from your eyes, stretch your aching limbs, and brace yourself. You're a factory man now, a cog in the empire's industrial machine. And no one cares how tired you are. Your boots are still damp from yesterday's rain, but there's no time to dry them. Breakfast is a hunk of bread and a splash of tea that tastes faintly of metal. You tuck your fingers into the threadbare cuffs of your coat and head out. The streets are already crowded with bodies. Men like you. Boys not much younger. Some with hands bandaged from yesterday's mistakes. Some with empty sleeves from last month's disasters. The factory gates loom ahead, tall and grim, like something out of a punishment dream. You pass through them without a word. You've learned not to look the overseer in the eye. Inside, the heat hits you like a wall. It's stifling, even before the machinery fully roars to life. Dust hangs in the air, thick enough to chew. You cough into your sleeve, knowing it'll make no difference. You can taste the iron in the air. And already, the noise begins to build. Rattling belts, clanging gears, the endless screaming rhythm of steam and steel. You take your place beside the belt, or the press, or the loom. The work doesn't wait. You're expected to keep up with the machine, not the other way around. The pace is punishing. One mistake, one slow moment, and the man behind you is cursing because now he's behind. If you drop a tool, you don't stop to retrieve it. You kick it aside and keep going. You are not allowed to pause. And here's the truth that never leaves you. The machines are hungry. They don't just chew coal, they chew people. Fingers, arms' lives. In a cotton mill, a snap belt could lash across your face before you even see it move. In a foundry, one misstep near a vat of molten metal, and you're a human cautionary tale. Limbs are crushed. Backs are broken. Men vanish in steam clouds and never return. A mainstream historical fact? In the mid-19th century, industrial accidents were so common that newspapers often included a section devoted solely to factory injuries and deaths. That's how normal it was. A man in Manchester was once pulled into a spinning jenny by his shirt sleeve, no more than a second's distraction, and he was gone. The factory cleaned up the mess by noon. By 12:30, a replacement had been hired. And you keep showing up, day after day, because you have no choice. Because your family depends on your wages. Because a day missed is a day's pay lost. Because if you complain, they'll replace you. You're not alone in this. Boys as young as 10 work beside you. Their small hands perfect for fixing jams in tight spaces, spaces that sometimes close before they can pull back. You see it, You hear it, but you don't look. You can't. Because if you do, it might be you next. Now, maybe you're not in a textile mill. Maybe you work in a gasworks or a shipyard or one of those newfangled railway workshops. Doesn't matter. The risk is the same. The machinery changes. The injuries do not. One fringe detail that might just stick in your brain. In some 19th century British factories, workers were expected to supply their own candles if they worked the late shift. That's right. You brought your own light, or you worked in the dark. As if blindingly fast spinning gears weren't enough of a hazard. Your only real respite comes at the whistle-blown breaks, which are short, loud, and strictly timed. You eat on the floor. You stretch your back against a wall and pretend it helps. You share a smoke with a man who lost 3 fingers last spring and jokes that he's more efficient now. You laugh. What else can you do? Of course, not every factory man is treated the same. Skilled laborers, machinists, engineers get a touch more respect, but not comfort. You're still drenched in sweat by noon. You're still straining under the same expectations. You just get a slightly quieter corner and a slightly more brittle sense of pride. And what of the men who own the factory? The ones in press suits who visit once a month and nod as if they understand? They talk about productivity, not pain. They talk about profits, not people. They install new machines to increase output, but they don't slow them down when hands are lost. A faster loom means faster injury, but it also means more product. South historians still argue whether Victorian industrialism improved life or simply transformed suffering into something more organized. Yes, wages rose for some. Yes, jobs became more plentiful, but at what cost? For every upward step, there were shattered bodies beneath the ladder. Even leaving the factory is no relief. You walk home, lungs full of dust, joints stiff, eyes half blind from squinting at moving parts all day. The streets are dark by then, lit by gas lamps that flicker like they're as tired as you are. You pass a pub. You consider it. You go in. Inside, warmth, ale, laughter, if you squint hard enough. It's the only place you're allowed to let the tension drop from your shoulders, just for a little while. You drink something dark and bitter and pretend it fills the emptiness. It doesn't, but it dulls it. That's close enough. At home, your wife asks if the day was hard. You grunt. Same as always. You sit by the fire. You take off your boots, and the soles of your feet sigh like old dogs. You stare into the flames and try not to think about the boy who didn't come back after lunch. You try not to think about the new machine being installed next week. You try not to think at all. You sleep like the dead because you have to. Because tomorrow, the machine wants more, and you're the one feeding it. Your child is crying in the next room, loudly, repeatedly, and still, you don't go in. Not because you're cruel, not because you don't care, but because you're not meant to. In Victorian England, being a father isn't about nurture, it's about authority. You are the head of the household, yes, but from a very particular kind of throne, cold, distant, and unreachable by sticky little hands. You hear the nursemaid cooing, the mother shushing, and then, finally, silence. Good. That's what's expected. Children are to be seen, occasionally, and heard only under specific, pre-approved circumstances, like reciting Latin at Sunday lunch, or demonstrating violin technique to your dinner guests. Your role as a father. It begins at conception and culminates at inheritance. Everything in between, nappy changes, lullabies, heartfelt chats about feelings, is someone else's department. Yours is to provide, to protect from afar, and to instill discipline with all the warmth of a marble bust. Once upon a time, maybe you imagined more. Maybe you thought about holding your child's hand, telling stories, being involved. But Victorian manhood doesn't allow for sentiment. Love is supposed to look like rules, and bonding means a well-timed nod of approval. And should you attempt more, the neighbors will talk. That shopkeeper saw you carrying your child on your shoulders last week and already mentioned it to your tailor. Very modern, isn't he? It wasn't a compliment. Victorian domestic life is carved into roles like a chessboard. You are the king, not moving much, but somehow the most important piece. Your wife is the queen, far more mobile and often more influential, but always under your official authority. And the children? Pawns, mostly. Hoped for knights, if they survive long enough and behave well enough. A mainstream fact. Child mortality was heartbreakingly common. In the 1850s, England, roughly 1 in 5 children died before the age of 5. That statistic haunted every parent, but especially fathers, whose job was to protect a household they had very little emotional access to. If a child died, the mother mourned openly. You, on the other hand, were expected to remain strong, attend the funeral, stand tall, offer your wife a handkerchief, then return to work the next morning as if nothing happened. There are rare exceptions. Fathers who doted openly, who wrote poems for their children, who genuinely seemed to like them. But those men were spoken of as tender-hearted or eccentric. That wasn't the norm. The norm was emotional distance. It begins early. When your son is born, you're handed the birth announcement to sign. Your role is legal, financial, symbolic. You pick the name. Hopefully something regal. George, Arthur, William. Something that can inherit without raising eyebrows. When your daughter is born, you smile politely. Daughters are fine too. Lovelier, even. But let's be honest. She's someone else's responsibility in the long run. Your job is to prepare her dowry and hope she attracts a husband who isn't too visibly disappointing. As your son grows, so does the pressure. He must be your miniature, your legacy. He must walk like you, speak like you, fear you just enough, and outdo you eventually. You watch him practice Latin at the breakfast table, and when he stumbles, you correct him, but never too kindly. He must earn your praise. Your wife urges you to be gentler. He's only 7, she says, but you shake your head. Better he learns now. What he's learning, really, is how to suppress affection, just like you did. And God forbid he cries. One tear over a scraped knee or a harsh word, and you feel the rush of shame, not at him, but at yourself. Did you cause it? Did you fail to raise him properly? Real men don't cry. Not in front of company. Not in front of their fathers. Of course, you don't say this. You don't say anything. You just pat his shoulder once and leave the room. There's a fringe phenomenon that makes you blink when you first read about it. Victorian baby farming. Poor families, especially working-class men who lost their wives, sometimes paid for infants to be raised by wet nurses or other caretakers. But in many cases, these were unofficial arrangements with grim consequences. Some so-called baby farms were fronts for neglect or worse. The less said, the better. But the point remains. Victorian fatherhood, particularly in the lower classes, was often less about nurture and more about outsourcing survival. If you're wealthier, your distance comes with formality. The children are kept in a nursery, tended by nannies, fed by maids, and paraded out once a day for inspection. You ask about their studies, their conduct, whether the piano lessons are progressing. You don't ask how they feel. Feelings are inconvenient. Feelings are what you suppress to keep the machine running. And yet, sometimes, late at night, after the fire has burned low and your wife has gone upstairs, you sit alone and think of your son's laugh, the one that escaped when he splashed through a puddle last week before the nanny scolded him, or your daughter's whisper of "Papa" when she saw you at the door. It hits you, sharp, unexpected. But even then, you don't move. You just let the fire crackle and fold your hands neatly in your lap. Historians still argue whether this stoic parenting style was effective or emotionally damaging. The truth is probably both. Victorian children grew up respectful, industrious, and reserved. But many of them also grew up afraid of disappointing a father they barely knew, or worse, one they did know all too well. And what if you want to change that? What if you want to be warm, gentle, present? Good luck. The system isn't designed for it. If you're too affectionate, your wife might worry you've gone soft. If you let your son talk back, the neighbors might question your authority. If you cry when your daughter marries and leaves home, someone will hand you a handkerchief and quietly escort you from the room. So you stay in your lane. You perform your role. You nod. You correct. You fund. You discipline. And deep down, you hope your children understand. One day, maybe. For now, the house is quiet. Your son is in bed. Your daughter's music lesson has ended. And you're alone with your thoughts again. It's lonely, being the man of the house. The letter comes on crisp ivory paper, sealed with red wax. You already know what it is. The handwriting belongs to the War Office, or maybe it's from your commanding officer, depending on your class. Either way, the message is the same. You're going to war. There's no dramatic music, no slow-motion farewell on a train platform. Just you, a stiff uniform, and a quiet nod from your father who once went off to war himself. He doesn't say, "Good luck." He just says, "Do your duty." Because that's what Victorian manhood demands. Duty over dread. The British Empire is at its height, casting shadows across India, Africa, the Far East. Expansion means conflict, and conflict means men like you. Boys sometimes must pick up rifles and follow orders in places they've never heard of, for causes they don't always understand. You pack quickly, a few clothes, a photograph if you're sentimental, but don't tell anyone. Your boots are barely broken in. Your rifle's older than you. Your heart is already pounding, but no one must know. Military life isn't glamorous. It's dirty, boring, and terrifying by turns. One moment, you're polishing boots in a tent the size of a coffin, and the next, you're sprinting through gunfire with a bayonet in your hand, your brain shrieking louder than the cannons. A mainstream historical fact: Victorian soldiers were deployed to conflicts like the Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, the Zulu War, 1879, and the Second Anglo-Afghan War, 1878 to 1880, often with minimal training and under horrific conditions. Casualties didn't just come from bullets. Disease, exposure, malnutrition, and mismanagement claim more lives than enemy fire. And what about once you're actually there? Imagine you're in Crimea. The cold is bone deep. Your uniform is too thin. Your boots leak, and your food arrives moldy, if it arrives at all. One soldier wrote home about eating a piece of salt pork so hard he broke a tooth. Another died from infected frostbite because there were no doctors left in the camp. You might be sleeping in a trench carved into frozen mud. You might be sharing a tent with lice, dysentery, and a man who snores like a cannon. You long for home, but you don't say that out loud. Letters are censored, and if you're caught complaining, you risk punishment, or worse, being labeled unfit. In battle, it's chaos. Lines break. Horses scream. Men cry out for their mothers, and you flinch, not from fear, but because you almost said her name too, but you swallow it down. You shoot. You march. You hold the line. You perform. One quirky detail. Soldiers were issued plum duff as a treat, basically boiled sweat and flour with raisins. It was meant to boost morale. Imagine chewing on wet bread pudding while someone fires a musket over your head. Not exactly uplifting. Even your injuries can betray you. A limp? Fine. A bullet scar? Honorable. But shell shock? That's different. That's weakness. Today we'd call it PTSD. But back then, there were other names. Soldier's heart, battle fatigue, or the chillingly vague lack of moral fiber. Historians still argue whether Victorian officers truly understood these breakdowns or simply punished them into silence. Either way, if you were caught trembling after battle, you weren't offered comfort. You were told to pull yourself together. If you survive, and many don't, you return home changed. But no one wants to hear about that. You're expected to smile, marry, work, and resume your duties as if you just returned from a particularly brisk holiday. Your nightmares? Private? Your anxiety? Unmanly? Your fear of loud noises? Something to fix with a bit of port and a pipe by the fire. There's a veteran at your club who coughs blood into a handkerchief and keeps a silver bullet in his pocket. He never explains why. Everyone just nods at him and says, "Old campaigner." He says nothing. He just stares out the window and sips brandy like it's the only thing anchoring him to the world. And then there's the guilt. Not just for surviving when others didn't, but for feeling anything about it. A man should not regret his service. A man should be proud. So you hang your medals on the wall and never speak of what they cost. You wear your uniform on national holidays and stand very still during the hymn. People thank you for your service. No one asks what it took from you. And war isn't just for soldiers. Even civilian men are drafted into the mindset. Boys are raised on stories of heroism, trained to see the battlefield as the ultimate test of manhood. Books, posters, speeches, all of it whispers the same lie. You're not a real man until you've faced death and returned stronger. But you didn't return stronger. You returned quieter, more brittle, less whole. There's a story you want to tell about a friend who didn't make it, about a moment when you hesitated, about the cry you still hear in your dreams. But it sticks in your throat. No one wants to hear it. Not your father, not your wife, not even your fellow soldiers who carry their own haunted silences. So you keep it in. You go back to work. You wear a cravat again. You nod to your neighbor. You raise your children to stand straight, respect the flag, and never flinch. And at night, when you finally close your eyes, you remember the sound of boots in the snow, the flicker of cannon fire on the horizon, the ache in your chest that has nothing to do with honor and everything to do with everything you left behind, both overseas and inside yourself. Because being a man in Victorian times doesn't end when the war does. Sometimes That's when it really begins. It's Thursday night, and you're exhausted, but you can't just go home and flop into bed. That would be improper. You've been invited to your gentleman's club, and not attending would be noticed. Everything is noticed. So you comb your hair, put on your best coat, check your collar for lint twice, and make your way through gaslit streets toward a building filled with polished wood, overcooked meat, and rules. So many rules. Clubs aren't a place to unwind. They're a place to maintain status, affirm your role, and wear your mask with precision. Whether you're a lord or a lawyer, a military man or a merchant, the gentleman's club is where you come to prove you belong. But don't confuse this with friendship. The smiles are polite. The conversations are formal. The hierarchy is carved into every corner, from the lounge chairs to the dinner seating arrangements. Step inside, and you're hit by a wall of smells. Cigar smoke, cologne, and the faint tang of brandy spilled last week and never quite wiped up. There's a hush, always a hush, like you're walking into a private library that serves roast beef. You nod to the porter. You pass men reading newspapers, held wide enough to discourage eye contact. You make your way to the reading room, or maybe the billiards table, if you're feeling brave, and settle into a space that's meant to look relaxed but feels more like a social exam. Because this isn't a night off. It's a performance. Mainstream fact? By the late 19th century, London alone had over 400 gentlemen's clubs, each catering to different professions, political views, and levels of social status. You didn't just join a club, you joined the right club. Pick poorly, and you're branded forever. Choose correctly, and you might just edge up the ladder one rung at a time. And once you're in, the expectations are endless. Speak too little, and you're cold. Speak too much, and you're uncouth. Use the wrong fork? Unforgivable. Laugh at the wrong joke? Social suicide. You're not here to relax. You're here to exist correctly. The food? It's fine. Always the same. Roast meats, boiled vegetables, a pudding that defies classification. No one comes for the food. They come to be seen eating it, with the right people. You sip a gin and tonic and nod along as someone rants about colonial policy in India. You don't really agree, but disagreeing too strongly would be undignified. Your job is to appear engaged while saying as little of substance as possible. There's an old joke whispered around the card tables. A gentleman never loses at poker because he never truly plays. And it's true. The stakes aren't in the cards. They're in the composure. Losing your temper over a hand of whist marks you as unstable. Winning too often makes you suspect. It's a balancing act where everyone pretends to enjoy themselves and no one quite does. You glance around the room and realize something chilling. No one here is really themselves. That man laughing too loudly at a story he's heard 4 times? He's doing his duty. That one nodding off with his pipe clenched in his teeth? He's still showing up because absence would speak louder than presence. And you? You're tired. You'd rather be home, reading a novel, or gasp playing with your children. But that's not what respectable men do on a Thursday. That's not how you maintain your standing. So, you listen to another anecdote about big game hunting. You pour yourself another drink you don't really want. You glance at the mantel clock and wonder how long until it's polite to leave. Here's a quirky little fact to make you chuckle through the exhaustion. Some Victorian clubs had rules against talking about trade. That's right. If you made your money through actual work, banking, shipping, manufacturing, you weren't supposed to mention it. Old money men liked to pretend money simply existed in their pockets like a divine gift. Discussing business at the dinner table? Utterly vulgar. Historians still argue whether clubs were spaces of refuge or quiet prisons. Some saw them as essential networking hubs, places where the future of parliament and policy were shaped over brandy. Others argue they were elaborate echo chambers where men could preserve their illusions of control while everything else, industry, empire, modernity, rushed forward without them. Whatever the truth, you don't feel powerful here. You feel contained. And the worst part? There's no escape. Skip a meeting, and you'll be questioned. Resign from the club, and you risk social death. Even your presence must be carefully managed. Arrive too early, and you're overeager. Stay too late, and you're idle. Leave without saying goodnight to the club president? Foolish. Stay and risk another 20-minute conversation about railway tariffs? Torture. And yet, this is supposed to be your leisure, your reward for all the hard work and duty and sacrifice. But what it really feels like is more performance, more silent judgment, more rules. Outside, the city is alive. People laughing, drinking in taverns, telling bawdy jokes, flirting with strangers, living. But here, in this hushed room of armchairs and unspoken resentment, you're trapped in the careful posture of respectable manhood. Your mind drifts as someone begins a story about their cousin in the East India Company. You remember a time when you dreamed of being adventurous, sailing the world, writing poetry, climbing mountains. Instead, you learned how to make polite small talk about port and pretend you care about someone else's hunting trip. But you nod. You chuckle. You refill your glass, knowing exactly how full it should be to signal restraint, but not abstinence. Eventually, you excuse yourself. Early morning, you say, even though it's always an early morning. You walk home through the cool night, your steps echoing off cobblestones, and as the gas lights flicker overhead, you let your shoulders drop for the first time all evening. At home, the house is quiet. Your wife is asleep. Your children are dreaming. You sit by the fire, still in your club clothes, and exhale a breath you didn't know you were holding. No applause, no audience, just you, alone with your thoughts, wondering if any man truly enjoys his membership, or if you're all just too proud to admit you'd rather be anywhere else. You stand in front of the mirror again, same as every morning. But today, instead of adjusting your cravat or brushing invisible lint from your lapel, your eyes are fixed firmly on one thing: your beard, or your mustache, or the suspicious patchy spot you've been trying to coax into looking intentional. Because in the Victorian era, facial hair isn't just an accessory, it's a moral obligation. Yes, really, a man's beard in this period is more than a collection of bristles. It's a statement about class, character, virility, even patriotism. You thought you were just growing some whiskers? No, no. You are sculpting the very symbol of Victorian masculinity. At least, that's what everyone's been told. Beards are everywhere in this era. Walrus mustaches, pointed goatees, full biblical cascades of chin fur. By the 1850s, facial hair had exploded in popularity across Britain. You want to look respectable? Grow a beard. Want to appear wise, stable, trustworthy? Beard. Want to show you're a man of faith, courage, and the empire? You guessed it. Beard. And yet, the rules around facial hair are as complicated and exhausting as everything else in your life. First, there's the style to consider. A thick, full beard suggests ruggedness and moral seriousness. good for judges and philosophers. A neatly trimmed mustache, acceptable for army officers and poets, so long as it doesn't get too French. Sideburns, risky. They can scream dandy if they're too extravagant. And the wrong combination of all three? Now you're a caricature. Or worse, continental. You know who to blame for this obsession? Crimean War veterans. That's right. A mainstream fact. During the 1850s, British soldiers returning from the Crimean War often sported full beards, partly due to the cold, partly due to the lax grooming standards of battlefield life. But when they came home, people didn't see sloppiness. They saw heroes. The look caught on like wildfire. Suddenly, every man who wasn't bearded was accused of being either vain or vaguely suspicious. One London magazine in 1853 declared that the beard is the natural adornment of man. To shave it is to rebel against nature. Calm down, Jonathan. It's just hair. Still, the message landed. Men began growing beards like their reputations depended on it, because in a way, they did. But here's the part no one talks about: how much work it takes to maintain one. You spend an hour every morning combing, trimming, oiling, and arranging this magnificent beast on your face. There's wax to melt for the mustache tips, oils to rub into your cheeks, combs made from ivory or boar bristle that feel fancy until they tug half your chin skin off. Your barber becomes more like a therapist. You visit weekly, sometimes twice, to maintain the right shape. Avoid looking like a mountain hermit, and make sure your beard doesn't veer into eccentric inventor territory. A stray tuft in the wrong direction can undo months of hard-earned social credit. And it's not just about looks, it's about health. Doctors at the time even promoted beards as filters against disease. Yes, really. It was believed that facial hair could trap harmful particles in the air, like dust and coal soot, keeping them out of your lungs. One physician called the beard a natural respirator. Historians still argue whether these claims were based on genuine medical belief or just post hoc justification for a trend nobody wanted to give up. Either way, now you're not only pressured to look bearded, you're told it's your civic duty to grow one. Imagine the guilt if you shave. What if your family gets sick? What if your wife catches a chill because you weren't man enough to grow a protective lip forest? And speaking of your wife, she has opinions. Some women adore the beard. It's masculine, biblical, strong. Others complain it's scratchy, smells faintly of beef, and harbors crumbs like a nesting squirrel. You can't win. You grow it, someone complains. You shave it, someone else complains. The only safe option is to grow it just enough to be respectable and groom it like it's auditioning for the opera. Quirky fact? There were beard competitions held in some towns where men would parade their facial hair before judges. That's right. You could win prizes for best groomed, best styled, and, yes, most virile-looking beard. Because obviously, that's where your real strength lies. Not in your morals, not in your mind, in your chin. But not everyone joins the beard parade. Some men resist. They keep their faces clean-shaven or lightly stubbled, and for that, they are interrogated. Socially, of course. Are you lazy? Rebellious? A radical, perhaps? Clean-shaven men become associated with youth, vanity, and softness. Dangerous words in a world obsessed with discipline and dignity. And yet, military protocol is mixed. Some regiments require beards, others forbid them. You're expected to adapt depending on your posting. So now, even your facial hair must follow orders. And that's the deeper exhaustion here. It's not the grooming. It's the constant expectation that even your hair must mean something. You can't just exist. You must symbolize. You must communicate virtue through follicles. You must never let your beard go wild. And if your beard goes gray too early, that's a crisis. A quiet crisis. You stare at the mirror and pluck the offending strand. Then 2 more. Then 8. Now your chin tingles from the pain and panic. Are you aging too fast? Are you losing your strength? Should you diet? Do you dare? You imagine your friends noticing, commenting. One says, distinguished, while another smirks and says, you're going monkish, old man. It's all in jest, of course, but it cuts. Because underneath it all, you know the truth. This beard is your shield, your proof, your silent scream that you are still, firmly, unquestionably a man, even if everything else is falling apart. So you smooth the wax. You comb it straight. You press your fingers to your jaw and try to feel proud. And tomorrow morning, you'll do it all again. Because in this world, even your stubble is expected to live up to impossible standards. Your tailor is standing behind you, pinching fabric at your shoulder, tilting his head. Stand a bit straighter, sir, he says gently, as if correcting posture were just a matter of manners, not the lifelong consequence of carrying everything you're not allowed to say. You comply, of course. You always do. Because in the Victorian world, your body isn't your own. It's a public project. Every inch of you is expected to conform to some standard, whether of fashion, medicine, morality, or all 3 simultaneously. And there's no part of you exempt. Your chest must be broad, but not too barrel-like. Your spine must be upright, but never stiff. Your stomach, flat, obviously. You're allowed to look like a Roman statue, but not like you spent any time trying to. Even the tailor, ostensibly just here to hem your coat, is part of this quiet surveillance. A gentleman's figure speaks before he does, he murmurs, pulling the fabric snug around your waist. You nod, pretending not to feel vaguely suffocated. Your body is a billboard, and the message must always be composure, control, confidence. But you're tired. Your back aches. You haven't slept well in weeks. You feel the tension even in your jaw, like your teeth are auditioning for some kind of gladiatorial bout. But these complaints don't belong to you. Not really. The only person allowed to interpret your body is society. Let's start with medicine. The Victorian man is supposed to be the epitome of rationality and strength, which means if anything goes wrong inside that carefully tailored frame, physically or emotionally, you've got a real problem. Your doctor might recommend a bloodletting, or a change of air, or fewer stimulating activities, like reading novels or engaging in debate. If that sounds ridiculous, that's because it is. One mainstream medical belief of the time? That sexual abstinence could build moral strength, but too much of it might cause spermatic exhaustion. Yep. You were expected to control your urges with monk-like resolve, but not too much, or you'd risk ruining your health entirely. Historians still argue whether these diagnoses reflected actual concern or were just elaborate moral policing. Either way, the takeaway is clear. Your body is not a neutral zone. It's a battleground for other people's opinions. If you're suffering from chronic pain, you're told to walk more. Fresh air, cold water, a little less indulgence. You know, stiff upper lip. Meanwhile, wealthy men who fainted or collapsed from overwork were sometimes diagnosed with cerebral congestion, a phrase that makes it sound like your brain caught a head cold from thinking too hard. You can't just say you're tired. You have to say you're debilitated. You can't admit to emotional turmoil. That gets rephrased as a disorder of the nerves. And even then, it's more socially acceptable to say your digestion's off than to admit your heart's broken. And speaking of digestion, let's talk bowels. Because weirdly enough, Victorian men were obsessed with them. A man's regularity was believed to reflect not only his health, but also his moral discipline. Quirky, but true. Medical journals went on for pages about the ideal frequency of bowel movements, with dire warnings about moral laxity in cases of constipation. So yes, even your toilet habits were fair game for scrutiny. Your tailor, your doctor, your barber, your wife, your priest, they all have a stake in your physicality. Is your voice too soft? Your handshake too limp? Do you slouch when you think no one's looking? You've internalized the checklist. You scan yourself before others can. Even your teeth are under surveillance. White, straight, present. An 1870 etiquette manual even instructed men to avoid smiling too broadly, not just because it was unseemly, but because it might expose dental imperfections. That's right. Joy itself is monitored. Even your smile has to be symmetrical and self-controlled. And don't forget religion. In many churches, men were expected to literally kneel differently, less bowed than women, with more upright spines, a subdued piety. The idea was to demonstrate reverence without submission. You're not supposed to look humble. You're supposed to look composed. Your anatomy, your gestures, your posture, your walk, all of it is coded. Your body must never betray weakness, laziness, or pleasure that isn't sanctioned. You stand tall, not because it feels good, but because it communicates virtue. But sometimes, your body rebels. Maybe it's the trembling in your hand when you write a check you can't afford. Maybe it's the limp you pretend is just a sore hip. Maybe it's the weight you've gained around the middle, proof of comfort, but also a social red flag. Too thin, you're anxious. Too heavy, you're indulgent. Just muscular enough, you're trying too hard. Even your clothing size speaks volumes. A waistcoat 1 inch too snug becomes a scandal. A loosened collar invites whispers of illness, or worse, decline. And remember, you're never supposed to change. The ideal Victorian man is frozen in time. Broad-shouldered, thick-bearded, iron-spined. You walk into a room, and the way your coat sits on your shoulders tells the room who you are. The slight puff of your chest, confidence. The sharp line of your trouser crease, discipline. The height of your collar, moral uprightness, all lies, all costumes. But you keep wearing them. And when the bishop shakes your hand and comments, "Still standing, tall I see," you smile and thank him, even though your knees feel like they've been filled with gravel. You wonder what would happen if you just slouched. If you walked into the club with your shirt untucked. If you told your barber to just shave the whole thing off and be done with it. If you answered someone honestly when they asked, "How are you?" You never do, of course. Because the exhaustion isn't just in your muscles. It's in the way your body is always on display. Always on trial. And when your tailor pats your shoulder and says, "There now, sir, perfectly proper," you nod and pay him. But inside, you're already dreading next week's appointment. You step outside, and the street greets you with a familiar slap of cobblestones, coal soot, and cold wind that feels like it's trying to chew through your ankles. You brace yourself and start walking, because that's what men do here. You walk everywhere, all the time, in shoes that seem to have been designed by someone who hated feet on a personal level. Your boots are polished, of course. Can't be seen with scuffed toes or frayed laces. That's a fast track to being labeled a slacker, or worse, common. Victorian society doesn't care if the leather chafes your heels into raw hamburger meat. Appearance is king. Limping is not an excuse. You keep walking. Men of your class aren't supposed to use public carriages unless the occasion justifies it. No sense of frivolity. A real man walks with purpose. But not too fast, mind you. Fast walking is suspicious. Either you're being chased, or, worse, eager. Too slow, and now you're idle. Wandering. Not respectable. You must walk the perfect, measured pace of someone who has a schedule and a backbone. And let's talk about those boots for a moment. A mainstream fact. Victorian men's footwear was entirely leather, stiff-soled, and lacked any meaningful form of cushioning. No insoles, no flex. You may as well strap bricks to your feet. And unlike today, there was no such thing as breaking them in. The boots broke you in. Blisters? Expected? Blood? Handkerchief it and move on. If you're in the military, walking becomes marching. Endless hours on muddy fields, in tight formation, sometimes just for drills, in full kit. That's 30, 40, maybe even 50 pounds of gear on your shoulders. The rhythm of your steps is more important than comfort. You must move like a unit, not a person. There was even a phrase for this kind of relentless routine. Marching orders. Still used today, but in the Victorian world, it meant literal miles of painful footwork. No complaints, no shortcuts. One officer famously wrote that a man's character can be judged by his boots, which sounds poetic until you remember your boots are lined with dried sweat and regret. You arrive at your destination, let's say the office, and you're expected to remain standing for portions of the day. Chairs are not guaranteed. If they are, they're hard, narrow, and often symbolic. A man who sits too easily is a man without ambition. So you stand. You shift your weight. Your arches scream, but no one must know. And if your work is physical, say, in construction, or rail laying, or the shipyards, now your legs aren't just sore, they're weaponized. They must be strong, because you're climbing, hauling, bracing, day in, day out. And still, in those same wretched boots, you might pack newspaper into the toes to make them bearable, or wrap your socks twice, or cut slits near your ankles to relieve the pressure. Quirky fact, some Victorian men used to wear thin slices of raw potato inside their boots to reduce friction and ward off blisters. It didn't work well. But you try things when you've got 15 miles ahead of you and no bandages. Foot injuries are common. Gangrene, trench foot in military campaigns, fungal infections, ulcers. There's even a case of a London postman whose foot rotted in his boot without him realizing it for days. But you don't take time off. There's no paid leave. If you're limping, you're still earning. No one asks how your feet are. They ask if you made the delivery, so you walk home. The streets are just as filthy, the sidewalks just as unforgiving. And in winter, ice slicks and freezing puddles make every step a gamble. You might fall, twist an ankle, crack a rib. Doesn't matter. You get up, you walk on. The alternative is embarrassment, or worse, exposure. Because in this world, there are no second chances for men who look like they can't handle the ground beneath them. Historians still argue whether the obsession with stoic walking was cultural or practical. Some say it was a matter of necessity in a world before cars and clean transport. Others argue it was part of a broader ideal of masculinity. Men must move with purpose, regardless of pain. And honestly, both are probably true. By the time you reach your door, you're numb below the knees. Your socks are damp. Your toes feel like they've gone on strike. You want nothing more than to sit down and never get up again. But instead, you clean your boots. Yes, now, not tomorrow. You wipe off the grime with a cloth, inspect the heels, apply a layer of polish if needed. Because if your boots fall apart, so does the fragile illusion that you're still in control. And speaking of control, if you're summoned to an event, say a funeral or a parade, you're expected to stand still for hours. Still. Upright. Even if it's raining. Even if your shoes are slowly filling with water. Shifting your weight too much is interpreted as impatience. Pain is private. Always. Even sitting has its rules. Crossed legs, acceptable in some circles, scandalous in others. One etiquette guide suggested that a man should rest without reclining and sit as if the world still needed him to stand. Sounds like a metaphor, doesn't it? For the entire Victorian male experience. Because your body can be falling apart, feet blistered, back locked, knees grinding like millstones, but your posture must remain correct. Shoulders square, chin up. Not because it helps, but because that's what's expected. You pull off your boots at the end of the night with a groan you muffle in your sleeve. Your socks come off in one damp, unpleasant piece. You examine your foot, red, swollen, one blister burst. No time to rest. You'll be walking again tomorrow. You always are. In this life, even pain must be dressed in polish. It's payday. Your fingers close around the wages, crumpled bills, a few coins, maybe a chit for store credit if your employer's feeling generous. You stare at it for a moment. It's not much. It never is. But in Victorian England, this bundle of stained paper and tarnished metal means more than money. It means identity, power, manhood. And the pressure to carry all of that, quietly, can flatten even the strongest spine. Because being a man in this world means you, sir, are a walking wallet. Not a person, not a partner, a provider. The expectation is crystal clear. You earn, and everyone else benefits. Your wife needs housekeeping money. Your children need shoes, lessons, medicine. Your parents, aging and respectable, need support. And even if you're barely getting by, that's your burden. You carry it with pride, but also with teeth-gritting silence. Because the moment you complain, someone will ask, well then, what kind of man are you? Let's talk numbers. A mainstream fact. In the 1870s, Britain, the average working-class man earned less than £1 per week. Rent alone could swallow half of that. Coal, bread, soap, candles, and a single doctor's visit, there goes the rest. And you're not allowed to fail. You're supposed to stretch every shilling like it's elastic. When it snaps, you hide the pieces. You hand over most of your wages the moment you walk through the door. In some households, your wife runs the budget, smart, practical, efficient. But that doesn't mean you escape the scrutiny. Quite the opposite. You are expected to produce enough to keep the household smooth, respectable, and complaint-free. She notices when your pay is short. The grocer notices when the tab grows long. The children notice when Sunday pudding is missing again. But you say nothing. Because failure here isn't just financial, it's moral. In Victorian society, A man who can't provide is seen as less than a man, whether it's your fault or not. Unemployment, illness, bad luck, these don't buy you sympathy. They buy you shame. The middle class isn't immune. If anything, the expectations there are more rigid. Your income might be higher, but so are your obligations. You're expected to fund your children's education, maintain appearances, new curtains, polish silver, and contribute to church or charity. Skipping any of these? Tacky. Potentially scandalous. So what do? You scrimp where you can. You reuse paper. You patch your trousers until the patches need patches. You take on side work, editing, tutoring, writing sermons if you're clever enough. Sometimes you go without. You skip dinner, pretending you ate at work. You walk instead of taking the omnibus. You pretend you don't need a new coat, even though your shoulders are starting to peek out. That's the secret of Victorian manhood. You disappear first, so others don't have to. There's a fringe detail you might find galling. Some etiquette manuals advised men to always tip the servant, even when visiting the house of a friend. That's right. You're expected to hand over coins just to prove your class and generosity, even when you can't afford it. And if your child falls ill, heaven help you. Medicine costs. Doctors cost more. And if something serious happens, like a prolonged fever or a broken bone, you'll either find the money or find a way to carry the guilt. Probably both. You think of taking a loan. But that, too, is a performance. You must borrow discreetly, repay promptly, and above all, never let it show. Being in debt is tolerable. Looking like you're in debt? Unforgivable. And then there are the moments when someone asks for help. A brother, a cousin, a friend down on his luck. They ask because they assume you have it, and you want to say no. But you're a man, a proper one. And proper men don't turn away those who need them. So you give. And you worry later. Even your social life is built around spending. You're expected to keep up, buy a round at the pub, contribute to wedding gifts, cover travel expenses for holidays you don't even enjoy. Every social obligation is a chance to prove your generosity and quietly erode your savings. And still, you say nothing. You know there's no safety net, no credit cards, no government bailout. If things get truly dire, your only option is the workhouse, and that place is a death sentence with wallpaper. They'll separate you from your family, strip you of your dignity, feed you porridge and bureaucracy until you forget what choice feels like. So you keep going. You scrape, you stretch, you shoulder it. And the worst part? No one notices. Not really. If everything runs smoothly, you're invisible. If something slips, if the bread's stale or the firewood runs low, then you're visible. Then you're the problem. Historians still debate whether Victorian gender roles were more rigid than romanticized, or romanticized because they were rigid. Either way, your role isn't just man. It's machine. A machine that prints money, never rusts, never slows, never needs oiling or rest. But you do rust. You do wear down. You feel it in your knees, in your teeth when you grind them at night, in the tight band across your chest when you hand over your last coins for your daughter's shoes and pray the boots hold out another week. You're not greedy. You don't want luxury. You want relief. A moment where you can just be, not earn, not provide, not perform. Just sit. Just breathe. But those moments are rare. You've bought into the role. The world bought it with you. And now, even the person looking back at you in the mirror thinks it's the only way. So you put the change in your coat pocket. You pat it once to make sure it's real. And you walk home to be the rock, the roof, the wallet, the man. The house is quiet, but it isn't peaceful. The kind of silence that hangs in a Victorian home isn't restful. It's watchful. The ticking of the mantel clock sounds louder than it should. Somewhere upstairs, a floorboard creaks. And you're sitting alone in the drawing room, pretending to read, but really, you're trying not to think about the thing you're not supposed to question, your soul. Because here's another exhausting layer to being a Victorian man. You're not just responsible for your home, your finances, your reputation, and your posture. You're also expected to be the spiritual cornerstone of your family. Whether or not you believe what the vicar is saying on Sundays is beside the point. You attend, you nod, you lead prayers before dinner, and you make sure no one starts asking uncomfortable questions. God help you, literally, if you're the one with the questions. Victorian England is drenched in religiosity. Church attendance is a social requirement. Even for those who aren't particularly devout, showing up in a freshly pressed suit once a week is as essential as polishing your boots. Your presence in the pew is seen as a reflection of your moral standing. A mainstream fact. By 1851, over 50% of England's population attended religious services regularly, and evangelical Christianity had enormous influence over daily life. The line between morality and masculinity was razor thin. To be a man meant to be upright, faithful, and quietly reverent, even if your inner world is full of doubts, shadows, or just overwhelming boredom. But here's the strange thing. For all the ritual and respectability, spiritual life for men often felt like another performance. The sermons are long. The hymns are slow. The language is coated in guilt. Sin lurks behind every curtain. Pride, anger, lust, doubt. These aren't just human traits. They're spiritual failures. Your failures. And you carry them quietly because confession is for Catholics and crying is for women. You're told to lead your family in righteousness. But how can you lead when your own footing is uncertain? Sometimes you sit in the church pew and let your eyes drift to the stained glass windows, not because of the beauty, but because if you focus hard enough, you can stop thinking about the fact that you don't feel anything. The prayers feel rehearsed. The hymns feel hollow. And yet, you keep showing up. Because that's what men do. One fringe tidbit. Some Victorians were so obsessed with keeping men spiritually disciplined that they created men-only religious clubs, complete with exercise, scripture reading, and moral lectures. Think of it as a sort of proto-Bible boot camp. These clubs aim to revitalize manly faith because it was believed that standard church services were becoming too feminine, too soft, too full of sentiment. You can't win, really. If you feel too much, you're weak. If you feel nothing, you're cold. But the idea that maybe you're just exhausted, that never enters the conversation. And don't get any ideas about skipping church. That's social death. Even if you work 6 days a week, even if your back is killing you, even if you'd rather sit in the sun and say nothing at all, on Sunday morning, you shave, you dress, and you go. There's a pew with your name on it, and an entire congregation ready to notice if it's empty. When you get home, you're expected to behave accordingly. No cards, no dancing, no loud laughter. Sunday is the Lord's day, and you are its reluctant but obedient ambassador. If your children make noise, You correct them. If your wife chats too easily with a neighbor, you lower your voice and remind her, quiet dignity. Always. You find yourself caught in a strange middle ground. You aren't allowed to be a religious radical. That would be improper. But you also can't be spiritually indifferent. That's dangerous. Apathy in matters of faith is treated almost like an infection, something that could spread through your family and rot the walls of your home from the inside out. So you keep up appearances. You quote scripture when needed. You avoid using the Lord's name in vain, at least in public. You nod solemnly when someone talks about divine providence, even when all you really want is to not think for 5 minutes. Historians still argue whether Victorian men were deeply spiritual or simply spiritually cornered. Diaries suggest both. Some men found real meaning in faith. Others found routine. Many found pressure. One journal entry from a middle-class father read, "I prayed today because I feared what would happen if I didn't, not to me, but to the children. To the name, because that's the real root of the exhaustion. Not personal salvation, but social accountability. Your soul is somehow tied to everyone else's. If your daughter misbehaves, if your son lies, if your wife skips communion, the blame trickles down to you. The spiritual shepherd, the moral lighthouse. But who guards the lighthouse when it starts to flicker? You think sometimes about other beliefs, quietly, of course. You hear whispers about men reading Darwin. You catch a phrase about humanism in a smoky back room of the club. You even hear that some people, men like you, have stopped believing altogether. But they don't say so. Not out loud. Certainly not at the dinner table. And so, you keep the rhythm. Sunday mornings, bowed head. Evenings by the hearth, family prayer. No swearing, no excess. You do it all. Not because it moves you, but because it defines you. You are the priest of your home, and the altar is polished. But the fire? You're not even sure it's still lit. And still, you lead. You're 35 and unmarried. That wasn't the plan. Or rather, it was everyone else's plan for you, and you've somehow failed to meet it. You were supposed to find a nice woman, with a manageable dowry, marry by 25, start producing heirs, and slide neatly into your role as household patriarch. But you didn't. And now? Now you're a bachelor, which in Victorian society doesn't just mean single. It means suspicious. At first, you try to ignore it. You attend the necessary social functions, nod politely during dinner, send the occasional bouquet to your friend's cousin. But as the years pass and the invitations slow down, the whispers begin to grow louder, though never loud enough for you to answer directly. Still on your own? Someone asks with a tilted smile and a raised eyebrow. Too busy for love, I suppose, says another, in that tone that suggests you're either lying or just sad, and you can't say what you're really thinking, which is, you might be alone, but you're also tired. Of the rituals, of the pressure, of pretending that the lack of a ring on your finger is some grand personal failing instead of the complicated private choice it is. Because being a bachelor in Victorian England is exhausting in its own special way. Not because you lack companionship, but because you lack permission. You're not allowed to be content. You're allowed to be searching, unlucky, particular, but never satisfied. A married man is a man who has fulfilled his purpose. A bachelor is a man who keeps avoiding it. And the roles assigned to you are relentless. If you're charming and sociable, you're a rake. Dangerous, possibly scandalous. If you're quiet and private, you're a recluse. Or worse, eccentric. If you enjoy the company of men, you're, well, the kind of man Victorians don't talk about except in court records or coded novels. There's no space in the cultural imagination for the single man who simply likes his life. You must be on the verge of change, or else you're viewed as stuck, a failed version of what you were supposed to become. Mainstream fact? In 19th century census records, unmarried men over 30 were routinely categorized separately and sometimes even investigated for signs of social deviance. That's right. You could be flagged, not officially, but socially, for the crime of being alone too long. Your landlady checks in too often. Your coworkers make jokes. Even your own family writes letters filled with not-so-subtle nudges. Cousin Eliza is still unspoken for. You should meet Mr. Finch's niece. She's quite agreeable. You must be dreadfully lonely. Except you're not. Not always. Sometimes, yes. There are nights when the rain beats down and you stare at the fireplace wondering what it would be like to share a quiet moment with someone who knows your full name and still likes you. But then there are mornings when you sit with a cup of strong tea, the sunlight filtering through the curtains, no one asking you to be anything more than what you are. And for a few minutes, you feel free. A fringe detail? In some circles, bachelorhood was actually fashionable for the upper crust. The confirmed bachelor could travel, dine out, keep elegant apartments, and avoid the constraints of married life. But it was a tightrope. You had to project just enough success, wit, and usefulness to excuse your singleness. Too poor? You were a burden. Too flamboyant? You were suspect. Too ordinary? You were forgettable. You spend years perfecting the role. You develop a charming dinner persona. You become good at anecdotes, not too long, always mildly self-deprecating. You learn the appropriate nods and chuckles when someone asks about your love life. You collect tasteful art, read just the right novels, host just the right guests. You build a life so meticulously curated that people stop asking when you'll change and start whispering why you haven't. And still, you don't tell them. About the woman you loved who married someone else. About the man you could never speak of. About the fact that sometimes, at night, you lie awake and rehearse what you would say if you were ever allowed to be honest. Historians still argue whether Victorian bachelors were living lives of secret liberation or quiet despair. The truth, of course, is both. Some found peace in solitude. Others were slowly crushed by it. Many just existed in it, navigating a world that only recognized their value in relation to what they lacked. A wife, a family, a legacy. You look around your flat, neatly kept, modestly furnished, with just enough character to suggest someone lives here, but not enough to suggest someone truly belongs. You wonder if your neighbors imagine you playing piano alone at night, nursing a glass of port, sighing heavily. Maybe you do. But then again, maybe you're out fencing, or painting, or writing, or simply being, without anyone else's noise clogging your ears. You pass a mirror and catch your reflection. You look fine. Not dashing, not withered. Just fine. The sort of face that doesn't tell stories unless someone bothers to ask. But no one ever really asks, do they? Because in this world, a man alone is everyone's business, but never his own. And so, you carry the weight of your own quiet choices, like a coat that fits well, but is always too warm, not suffocating. Just enough to remind you that you're wrapped in expectations that never quite fit. And tomorrow, someone else will ask again, with a smile, Still a bachelor? And you'll smile right back. For now. It's after midnight, and you're still awake? Not by choice. Your body's exhausted, legs heavy, eyes dry, spine sore from another day of pretending nothing, hurts, but your mind is buzzing. Racing through tomorrow's obligations, yesterday's mistakes, today's small humiliations. And you reach, as you always do, for the thing that dulls the noise. A drink, a pipe, a pill. Because here's the secret no one puts in the etiquette books. Being a Victorian man means being addicted to masculinity, not just to the identity, but to the entire exhausting package. The silence, the repression, the image, and yes, the coping mechanisms that make it all just barely tolerable. Start with the obvious. Alcohol. It's everywhere. You don't go to a pub, you live in one, socially speaking. A pint at lunch, a whiskey after dinner, brandy at the club, rum in the trenches, gin when you can't sleep. Booze isn't just a beverage. It's a socially sanctioned sedative, your reward, your armor, your excuse. One mainstream fact. In mid-19th century England, alcohol consumption was staggeringly high, especially among men. By the 1860s, Britain was consuming over 40 million gallons of spirits a year. Temperance movements were rising, yes, but they were often aimed at the poor. A gentleman with a glass of claret? Cultured? A laborer with gin on his breath? Dangerous. You can drink, as long as you do it with polish. No slurring, no swaying, no loud singing unless you're leading the toast. A man must remain composed even while slowly unraveling from the inside out. Then there's tobacco. You smoke to start the day. You smoke to end it. Pipes, cigars, snuff. Your lungs are basically an ashtray with opinions. Every social interaction comes with a puff. Business meetings, club discussions, even church-going men light up once they're out of sight of the altar. Your doctor doesn't stop you. Quite the opposite. Smoking is considered medicinal. Calms the nerves, clears the head, helps digestion. One medical pamphlet even recommended tobacco as a gentle aid in the management of spiritual unrest. Spiritual unrest. That's one way to describe what's been gnawing at your chest for the last 7 years. And then there's the quieter, darker helper, opium. In laudanum mostly, a mix of alcohol and powdered opium sold in ornate little bottles, available at your local chemist with no prescription needed. You might take it for headaches, or for sleep, or for the kind of grief you can't speak aloud. It doesn't matter what class you belong to. Upper-class men use laudanum for neuralgia or digestive complaints. Working-class men use it for pain relief after 10 hours of lifting crates or hammering rails. It's cheap, it's effective, and it's entirely legal. A fringe tidbit: one popular Victorian tonic called Godfrey's Cordial was marketed for babies. Yes, babies. And was mostly just laudanum and syrup. If you're giving your infant opiates, imagine what you're dosing yourself with. You're not alone in this. Everyone knows someone who's taken to the bottle or relying too heavily on the tinctures. No one says the word addiction. That would imply loss of control. The one sin Victorian men are absolutely not allowed to commit. You keep your habits tidy. Your flask is polished. Your pills are stored discreetly. You joke about your pipe being your only vice. Everyone laughs. No one questions it. Historians still argue whether Victorian men were self-medicating out of physical need or emotional deprivation. Most likely it's both. You're not just treating headaches and insomnia. You're treating a life that asks you to feel everything, but forbids you from showing it. So you drink a little more, smoke a little more, take just one extra drop of laudanum when the walls start closing in. And somehow, you keep functioning. You still wake up. You still shave. You still make polite conversation. All while carrying a cocktail of chemicals and guilt through your bloodstream like a second circulatory system. The line between habit and addiction? Blurry. You tell yourself it's not a problem. You're not that man. You work. You dress well. You don't slur your words at dinner. But you notice you can't fall asleep without a nip of something. That your hands shake a bit in the mornings until the pipe is lit. That the bottle on your nightstand is empty again, though you don't remember finishing it. You remember your father, the way he paced the floor at night, the decanter always full in the morning and mysteriously empty by evening. You remember the club member who went to the country for rest and never came back. You remember the doctor who once whispered, "Keep it moderate, sir." The edge always comes back. But you can't moderate something that feels like the only thing keeping you together. And the world, it just watches. Or rather, it pretends not to. Your wife might comment, gently, that you seem a bit tired lately. Your friend might raise an eyebrow at your fourth brandy, but he won't say a word, because he has his own bottle waiting at home. Everyone's tired. Everyone's aching. Everyone's pretending they're fine. Even the church, which once thundered against excess, now speaks softly. Too many respectable men have respectable vices. Better to preach vague moral warnings than name anything out loud. And so, the cycle continues. You take your evening dose. Your pipe smoke curls toward the ceiling. The clock ticks. You feel the warmth spread through your limbs. For a moment, just a moment, the pressure lifts. You can breathe. You can rest. You can forget who you have to be. Just long enough to survive until morning. And then you'll start again. Polished, number presentable. Addicted, yes, but functional. At least, for now. You walk the fog-drenched streets at night, coat pulled tight, hat low over your eyes, heart hammering in your chest for reasons you won't name aloud. The gas lights flicker like they're watching. The damp stones underfoot seem to whisper, "We know." You pass figures, moving in and out of shadow. Some women, some not, all painted in that same eerie half-light. And whether you're heading toward temptation or carefully avoiding it, the truth remains. In Victorian England, sex is a scandal waiting to happen, especially for you, especially if you're a man. Not because you're not allowed to have desires. No, your desire is assumed, expected even, but you must manage it with the same stiff, uncomfortable posture as everything else. Because masculinity isn't just about control, it is control. And nothing threatens that more than desire you can't fully suppress. You're raised to believe that sexual impulse is powerful, dangerous, and fundamentally shameful. From a young age, you're told to keep your hands above the covers at night, to avoid stimulating thoughts, to eat plain foods, wear tight clothing. Yes, tight. And go for brisk walks when the urge arises. Your own body becomes suspect, a battlefield where self-restraint must win at all costs. A mainstream fact? Victorian medical experts warned that self-abuse, a hymn, would lead to everything from blindness and epilepsy to madness. Entire guides were written to terrify boys into virtue. You still remember the illustrations, ghastly sketches of gaunt young men in nightshirts, ruined by their own private thoughts. You don't talk about it. Not with your father, not with your doctor, certainly not with your wife, if you have one. You internalize the message. Your sexuality is something to hide, fear, and manage, never explore. And yet, sex is everywhere, lurking under every polite surface. In literature, in art, in those glances across drawing rooms and clubs, in the winding back alleys of London, where the women stand still just long enough for you to recognize what's being offered and to decide whether you're the kind of man who accepts. Victorian England had a massive sex work industry. One estimate from the 1850s puts the number of active sex workers in London alone at around 80,000. They worked in brothels, on street corners, in private houses, and shadowy parlors. You're told to avoid them, that they're dangerous, immoral, diseased. And yet, the government registers them, tracks them, sends doctors to inspect them, not for their health, but to protect men like you from infection. That's the hypocrisy you're not supposed to name. Society creates the demand, punishes the supply, and never holds the customers accountable. You could visit one tonight. You could walk into a curtained room, pay your coins, and say almost nothing. Many men do. Some go weakly. Some keep quiet. Some confess in hushed tones to their clergyman, only to return the next week anyway. You might feel disgusted, or guilty, or relieved, or nothing at all. You might feel like crying afterward. But who would you tell? Certainly not your wife, if you're married. Because marriage in this era is a strange, unspoken contract. One part, duty, one part performance. Passion is assumed to fade. Victorian wives are taught to be modest, restrained, spiritual. You're warned not to expect too much. Intimacy becomes a function of inheritance. Procreate, provide, repeat. And if you don't marry, if you remain single, and the years stretch on, you're left in a cultural no man's land, simultaneously assumed to be sleeping with everyone and no one. The longer you wait, the more people whisper. Are you secretly visiting brothels? Are you harboring unnatural urges? Are you one of them? Let's not pretend homosexuality didn't exist in the Victorian world. It did, and was both ruthlessly criminalized and deeply misunderstood. The 1885 Labouchere Amendment made gross indecency between males punishable by prison, even without proof of actual physical acts. All it took was implication. A letter, a rumor, a glance that lingered too long. You know about Oscar Wilde. Everyone does. The trials, the scandal, the poems he wrote from prison. He wasn't a stranger. He was one of you. Brilliant, well-dressed, socially connected. And still, he was crushed by a system that couldn't make room for complexity. You might not even know what you are. You might just know that you feel more comfortable around men, that women confuse you. That desire feels different from how it's described in sermons and novels. But in this world, there's no safe place to name that truth. So, you don't. You stay quiet, you perform, and the loneliness grows. A fringe fact to chew on? Some Victorian etiquette books warned men not to look too long at other men's trousers, especially in gymnasiums or swimming halls, lest it provoke improper inclinations. Imagine living in a world where even accidental glances were policed. And still, your body keeps feeling. You can't switch it off. You can only redirect it into work, into drinking, into long solitary walks, into prayer, into rage, into secret poetry you hide in the bottom drawer and never show anyone. Historians still argue whether Victorian sexual repression was a cause or a symptom of the era's social control. Either way, its legacy was clear. Men weren't taught to understand their sexuality, only to fear it. And that fear, it weaves through everything. Through the way you flinch when someone brushes your arm. Through the silence after your friend makes a crude joke and you laugh too quickly just to signal you're in on it. Through the quiet horror when you realize you no longer know where desire ends and shame begins. So tonight, you light another candle. You open your book. You sit alone in a room too quiet to silence what's inside you. And outside, the gas lights flicker, and the night hums with every kind of invitation. But you don't go out. You stay where you are, still, composed, watching the flames. Because in this world, you're not allowed to be confused, or curious, or even human, only respectable. You hear it before you see it, that slow, metallic groan of gears turning somewhere nearby, a hiss of steam, a sudden clank. You're walking past the textile mill, or maybe the ironworks, and you catch a glimpse through an open loading door. There it is, the machine, larger than a man, faster than 10, unblinking, tireless, merciless. And it's not just making noise, it's making a point, that your time is almost up. Because in the Victorian era, the most silent, creeping exhaustion for many men wasn't physical labor, or moral pressure, or even emotional repression. It was irrelevance, the slow, grinding realization that the machine is coming for your job, for your place, for your purpose, and you're expected to accept it, graciously, of course. The Industrial Revolution, already in full swing by the 19th century, is a relentless engine of change. Mainstream fact. Between 1800 and 1900, Britain's manufacturing output increased more than tenfold. That's not just numbers, that's displacement. Thousands of men who once held skilled, respected roles, blacksmiths, weavers, carpenters, were being replaced by machines and boys trained to feed them. You're a weaver? Too slow. The power loom does the job in half the time. You're a typesetter? There's a machine for that now. It doesn't need lunch. You're a carriage driver? Sorry, railways don't need reins. And if you think this change is polite, considerate, or even explained to you, think again. The new machines don't arrive with fanfare. They arrive like ghosts. One day, they're wheeled in. The next, half your crew is let go. No handshakes, no severance, just silence, and the dull thud of doors closing behind you. It's not just that you've lost work. It's that you've lost meaning. You were raised to believe that being a man meant being useful. And now, you're not. The new workers are cheaper, younger, sometimes even female. That cuts especially deep. In the Victorian world, a man's worth is tied to being the sole provider. If a machine or a woman can do your job faster and cheaper, what does that make you? The answer? Whispered at night. Replaceable. And that's terrifying. You try to adapt. Maybe you take a factory position, operating the very machine that ousted you. It's insulting, but you tell yourself it's temporary. You try to learn the rhythms, how to oil the cogs, how to fix a jam, how not to lose a finger. It's menial work, and there's little room for pride. But at least it's work. You stand there, day after day, feeding the beast that devoured your livelihood. You go home with grease under your nails, an ache in your shoulders that sleep doesn't touch. But the hardest part isn't the pain, it's the quiet. Machines don't joke. They don't argue. They don't teach you anything. They just hum and thrum and churn. A fringe tidbit? Some Victorian laborers believed machines were possessed. Not metaphorically, literally. There were accounts of men whispering superstitions under their breath before turning on a loom or printing press, half believing it had a mind of its own. And in a way, it did. The machine didn't just reshape labor, it reshaped fear. And you don't dare protest. There were men who tried, part of the Luddite uprisings decades earlier. They smashed machines, burned factories, demanded rights, and what did they get? Arrested, hanged, forgotten. You learned that lesson from the history books. Don't fight the machine. Learn to serve it, or step aside. Historians still argue whether the Industrial Revolution was a net gain or loss for the working man. Progress brought more jobs, yes, but not always better ones. Some saw wages rise. Others saw themselves ground down into tools with bones. The truth is complicated, but to you, standing in the dim belly of a cotton mill, blinking through dust, what you feel isn't progress. It's displacement. In the upper classes, they aren't spared either. If you're a clerk, your office now uses machines to count, calculate, type. Typewriters replace scribes. The telegraph replaces the messenger. Every efficiency is celebrated at the cost of someone's identity. Even farming, supposedly timeless, is under siege. Threshers, reapers, seed drills. Machines that flatten entire communities of skilled, proud men who've worked the land for generations. One man with a machine can now do the job of 5. The rest? They drift to the cities or the workhouses. And still, you're told to be grateful. Machines make things better, faster, cleaner. The newspapers call it progress. The politicians call it modernity. The priests say it's God's will. But you call it what it feels like. Exile. From yourself. You once built things, held tools that made sense. Now you press buttons and pull levers and pray that the machinery doesn't decide it no longer needs you. One day, your son, barely 12, is offered a job in a workshop. He's small enough to reach the machine parts you can't. He's paid less. He doesn't complain. And you're proud of him, but also devastated. Is this the inheritance you worked so hard to provide? A smaller cog in a larger, colder machine? You want to say something. But what could you say? You walk home under a sky too smoky to see stars. Your boots slap the pavement with tired rhythm. Around you, warehouses hum like giant metal hearts. Alive, beating, watching. You pass a poster nailed to a wall. New invention? One man now does the work of 10. You stop, stare at it, and wonder which 9 men they were. Your breath comes shallow now. Not from exertion, not from fear. Just from age. Or maybe from the creeping sense that your body has started closing shop, while your mind still sifts through old account books and forgotten letters. You sit more than you used to. You think more than you speak. And whether you admit it or not, you're preparing for the end. In the Victorian world, a man's death isn't just a personal event. It's a final audit, a summing up of your life in terms of duty, dignity, and appearances. You were born with expectations. You lived under them. And now, as the curtains draw shut, everyone around you is silently asking, did you play the part well enough? It starts subtly. Your morning walk shortens. Your waistcoat doesn't button as easily. You attend fewer club dinners. People stop asking what you're working on and start asking how you're feeling. You nod. You lie. You say, very well, thank you, because you're not allowed to do otherwise. Because Victorian men, they don't go gently. They retreat strategically. You begin to write your will. Not because you're afraid, but because it's expected. You select a proper black coat for the occasion of your own funeral. You imagine your sons reading your eulogy, your wife dabbing her eyes just enough to appear moved, not overwhelmed. Even death is staged. A mainstream fact. Victorians were obsessed with a good death. There were guidebooks written about it. How to die properly, calmly, piously. How to make peace with God, your debts, your family. How to lie in bed with folded hands and no visible distress. If possible, you were supposed to die in character, which is a nightmare if you never figured out what that character was. Some men became almost performative about it, quoting scripture, requesting specific hymns, making dignified last statements like, "I see the light," or "Tell your mother I did my duty." Others just faded, quietly, with no tidy phrases, no poetry. Maybe just a sigh and the creak of the floorboards as someone stood to close the window. You think of your father's death, how rigid he looked in the casket, like a statue, still posturing. You promised yourself you wouldn't do the same, but now you're not so sure. You can already feel your body slipping into the same rehearsed stillness. The house grows quieter around you. The children are grown. Your wife, if she's still alive, sits in another room, pretending not to worry. You wonder what she'll say when you're gone. Not what she'll feel. What she'll say. This is a world where words matter more than truths. You suspect she'll say, "He was a good man." And you wonder if that's true. What does good mean here anyway? That you provided? That you didn't cry? That you always kept your shoes polished, your beard trimmed, your temper mostly in check? Or does it mean that you died without revealing that you were often confused, often afraid? That you sometimes stared into the fire and thought, "Is this it?" Your legacy won't be your feelings. It will be your furniture, your ledgers, your name in the parish book. Maybe a portrait on the wall that makes you look 10 pounds heavier and 10 years wiser. There's a fringe detail that makes you pause. Some Victorian families hired post-mortem photographers to capture the deceased in elegant poses, eyes closed, head tilted, hands composed as if simply resting. Sometimes, glass eyes were used to mimic life. Sometimes, the bodies were made to stand upright in group photos. The living smiled stiffly. The dead stared. You wonder if someone will photograph you. You hope they get the angle right. Because even now, even here, your body isn't yours. It's still a symbol, still a statement. And the final statement must be, he fulfilled the role. Historians still argue whether Victorian ideals of masculinity were noble or toxic, whether they created structure or suppressed lives. But to you, now, near the end, all that debate feels distant. You just know that you did what you were supposed to. You worked, you provided, you endured. But in your quietest moments, as the house fades around you and the candle burns low, you let yourself imagine another version of the same life, one where you could laugh a little louder, cry a little sooner, admit a little more. It's a warm thought, almost enough to light a fire from within. Almost. But the moment passes, as they all do. You close your eyes, you breathe, you wait, and in the stillness, you hope, maybe, just maybe, someone out there will look past the legacy and see the man behind it, even if it's only for a moment. And now, your boots are off. The candles are low. The questions can wait until morning. Let the street fade, the fog drift away, the quiet swallow the last tick of the mantel clock. You've made it through the layers, the starch, the soot, the silence. You've worn the uniform, played the role, walked the line, and held the mask in place until your hands trembled. It's okay to be tired. It's okay to admit the weight was heavy, even if you carried it well. You weren't just a provider. You weren't just a beard and a cane and a ledger full of obligations. You were human beneath all that. Software complicated. Exhausted, yes, but still beating. Let the gaslight hum become a lullaby. Let the past slide gently off your shoulders, like a coat at the end of a long day. Let the expectations soften, melt, dissolve like sugar in warm tea. No one's watching now. No one needs anything from you. You can just rest. Breathe deeply. Feel your chest rise and fall. Listen to the hush of a world that asked too much. And finally, lets you sleep. You did enough. You were enough. And tonight, you're allowed to let it all go. Good night.